Alrighty. Okay, just kind of getting started. Hopefully everybody's day is going good. My morning was started off decently. I got some tidy up done. Laundry's finished for the most part. It's just one load left on the dry, and then everything's good. Morning. Tedious adult stoof. This is how you died. I mean, yeah. Game does like to start off fairly dramatic. This is how you died. It's true, though. Eventually, our character will meet an end. We'll see how that goes, though. Okay, we'll bring stuff in after. Hopefully, we will finish some more. Go fishing. My goal right now is to continue what I was doing last time, which is just sort of taking a knee through all of winter. Because it's too cold to do anything. It's, minus 170. You would get like short bursts of being able to do stuff, and then I have to go and hug a fire again, and combining that with times 16 makes it very difficult if I don't want to catch the zombies on fire. Like if there was a way that I could box the fire somehow, which we can do later. Later, what we'll do is we'll have heat stations. I just didn't have the capability to do that before first winter. This first winter kind of rushes at you. Especially when you're kind of given a limited ability to do anything because of the whole 0 to hero combined with the times 16. It slows you down like quite a bit. It's good though. Sorry, my bad. Appreciate it. Yeah, not too much going on at the moment. In case folks missed it though, we had a particularly long work day at one point, but that's not one of the like I was fine up until hurt my hands just a little bit. It's annoying. So I took a day to kind of rest them. Had Emma play Monster Hunter with me, which was kind of nice. We got to Emma like, basically carries me in that game though. I kind of just walk around exploring. Got to watch more Yakuza, which was fun. Not that I expect this, like these days, to be very like taxing or take a lot to do. But you never know. Sometimes zomboids surprise you, or will surprise you. If I have to suddenly run away from a lot of zombies, I hope we won't have to, but you never know. They should leave me alone for the most part, given that we've killed most of the zombies that are in our cell, and they're not going to come over here without meta assistance. So, let's bring these inside. Heat up. I'm surprised how much PC you guys watch. That's understandable. Or are you talking about me? Because I do watch quite a bit of PZ as well. But I try and keep an eye on a lot of different people's runs and see their stories and stuff. Because it's fun. Ah, I see. He doesn't play it at all? Yeah, watches it religiously. I know a few folks that are like that. That don't play, but they watch. Yeah. Sometimes you try a game, it's just not for you, but it's something that you really enjoy watching. Probably. I could look. Yep, Death Egg Zone from Sonic 2. Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting songs that I like on my list. But the thing is for me, songs don't have titles. They do have titles. I know that, but like, does that make sense? I'll know a song by hearing the song. I won't really know it by its title, unless the title has been ingrained via repeatedly looking at the title. But it's one of those things. Music by ear, kind of thing. Okay. Oh yeah, Sonic 2 is really really good. I don't remember if I finished it or not. Probably, but there's no guarantee, right? Because I know that I didn't finish Dark Cloud, but I wanted to, and I got really close. Like I did fight the one of the end bosses, but I don't remember if I finished that. Playing those old games, I could see myself doing that, like at some point, just to go back and enjoy them again. Dark Cloud 2 is, yeah, that was also a really good title. I'm a little sad they didn't continue the franchise. Like they didn't keep going with it. Hello. But you beat it for the first time? So that's kind of like I'm looking forward to your speed running that you're going to be starting. That's going to be cool. Can't wait to watch some of that with the whole like have you done speed running before? Are you familiar with the speed run stoofs? Doing like what's it called? Um It's been an eternity since I've ever speed run ran anything. But there we go. The what are the sections called? Splits. That's what they're called. Splits. Well enough to try. Well, it'd be kind of cool to do, right? Doing all the strats and such. It is neat. Usually, I don't know. We tried doing like GTA online speedruns, which was really fun. And that aside, I Emma could probably basically speedrun all of the new Resident Evil games, like all the remakes of like RE2 and those. But yeah, definitely interesting. I don't know what I'm doing right now though. I'm just kind of like wandering. Yeah, knowing orders of like where the enemies are and stuff like that, where they can spawn is useful, especially in games like there's a lot of games that are like that where it's all there's a chance for an enemy to spawn here, here or there kind of thing. It gets that way in Zomboid too. You kind of get a familiar sort of the layout of things for the most part and where things can be even if you don't need them. Yeah, I can understand. I know what is it? One of my friends uh very much able to do like all of the cool types of runs, like including like not touching the save station, the item box, picking up only essential items. It's cool watching him play those games. But you never know when you're gonna take a cheeky hit sometimes in those games. Like I mean, it's a skill issue, yes, but it's like at the end of the day, they do happen. Everybody's human. Sometimes it's important though in terms of the speedrun strategy. Like for example, if I remember correctly, there is a one of Claire's health states lets her move faster. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but I for some reason remember that being a thing. So she's basically running around the entire thing. Okay, so you've heard it too then. I don't know if it's true. I just know that I think that's one of the strats that I heard. Okay. But yeah, today's gonna be fairly good for the most part. I feel like we'll make some progress. Generally harder than Leon's. That's fair. Depends on how you play it. That's true. You have better settings now? Well, kudos. It's good to have fun. So long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Fun and passion kind of will shine through. Like if you're really passionate about a game, it'll show. Like they'll you're talking about PlayStation? Oh, okay, you're talking about like the old school, like oh yeah, tons of different ammo types. Because she had access to like other weapons that Leon didn't have access to. She had like what was it? She had access to like crossbow, grenade launcher, shotgun, different types of those guns that have the percentages. I can't remember what they were called. Like there was a few of them. And then also the Magnum pistols. If you're playing with the old um, yeah, it was definitely it's interesting for sure. I have a very fond memory of those games. I need to cut down 2 trees. You had much loot and everything. I had a few runs where I got out here and I had fairly decent loot, but then I still died. Mostly because it was learning how to manage the area and the layout. I didn't quite understand the layout of the area before. Now I have a better grasp of the area. But I still don't know Ravencreek itself, like Ravencreek proper. But I do know this area. I understand a bit of the trailer park now. But as time goes on, we'll get more and more info. I do try my best to get as much intel as I can as we progress. But I ran from the middle of the city on one run all the way here, and that run actually survived for 4 months. So it doesn't really matter if if you can't make it, or you probably can get here from almost anywhere. I would say even like the middle of nowhere, because the only side that you would struggle getting here where would be with if you spawned over by the port, because you would have to cross the bridge, and I think that's pretty much death. Because crossing a bridge like that on time 16 isn't very likely. Anybody on time would be like the same, I think, if you were to like bridges on time 16 usually are coated in zombies, especially if your game has gone on for a little while, had enough metas or helicopters pulling them in. They like for example, the bridge over by West Point, which is right here. I wonder if it'll be revealed. Yeah, this bridge had like a cluster of a few thousand zombies chilling on this shore when I was doing my game before. And then way worse was the Crossroads Mall Bridge, the bridge that goes beside the racetrack. That took 11 days to clear. I was struggling. I have no idea what I'm doing. But you must survive. Is the most you survived is 4 days. Oh, it just takes time and practice. Learning the fundamentals of the game is really important. That 11 days, by the way, was with a character that had fairly strong weapon skill. She was really fairly good at what she was doing. But yeah, it's very common to struggle in this game a little bit in the beginning, learning and understanding things. It's as you broaden your fundamentals in the game, you'll start to survive longer, and then you'll get to the point where most folks are, where they'll be where surviving a month or is not too hard. Yeah, definitely. It's about learning the combat, sort of adjusting, figuring out what is and isn't viable, and just learning. Like take deaths as learning experiences and just keep. You open the door 2 days later. Oh, you got bit as soon as you open the door. I mean, I could do a very brief. I've been thinking about doing like a brief day one kind of thing for folks, but maybe later. It's basically the first thing that you do is assess your surroundings, where you are, what town you are, decide what you want to do, and then from there you kind of make sure that you're hitting your things in a priority order, making sure your area is safe, collecting food, know where your water sources are, whether it's river or taps and sinks, because taps and sinks will last you, and bathtubs will last you a while. Like, you won't really run out of water. That doesn't really happen. But knowing where they are is important. And then from there, it's about securing your area, making your area feel a little bit more homey. Or if you're playing on a game mode like this, knowing when to run away and when to leave. Because we couldn't stay where we were; we would just die in that house. We had to go out to an area of lower population. Because if we stayed over there, we would have been overrun by thousands of zombies within a mere moment. How do I get a twig for a tree? I've been smacking trees. Oh, no, you don't smack the trees. First you would have to chop the tree down if you wanted to get a branch from it, but you can just find branches on the ground, or if you have a knife or you made a knife, like made a flint knife with a chipstone, you can, well, so with a flint knife you can make spears. But you need a flint axe or a stone axe in order to chop down trees or chop bushes. Chopping bushes can get you branches, but you could also just forage and eventually you'll find some branches too. Because branches are part of foraging. I have my foraging button bound to Y, but other folks, I don't remember what it's naturally bound to, but it's here in the key bindings if you want to look. My little sign there overlaps what it says, but it says search mode right here, and this is it right here. This keycon, search mode. You can't search while there's zombies around you, but if you use that, you can actually find items on the ground. Sometimes you'll find branches. It's a good way to get early weapons. Like, you start by getting a branch, get a chipstone. You can make an axe with a rip sheet. It's not going to last for very long, but it can help you build up other weapons. So you can use that stone axe to chop yourself a bush or a tree down. And if you happen to have a saw, you can saw the tree logs into planks, and then you can make spears. Spears are really good weapons. Early game, though, they're going to break all the time. You're going to get probably fairly annoyed and frustrated when they break on you on repeat. Um, because in order for spears to last a long time, you need higher spear level and a higher maintenance. Maintenance is the skill that governs weapon sort of durability, how long they're going to last. So finding a crowbar or getting bars early on, a baseball bat, stuff like that. The blunt categories are really good. Fire axe is decent. These all help, but any weapons in general will help you build maintenance. Just hit zombies. But yeah, it's just about learning the combat is the big thing early, and then also doing things in priority, knowing what you need to be doing and when you need to be doing it, kind of, and then progress from there. And then you can start working on doing challenges and stuff, or making yourself a cool base, or whatever. The sky's the limit. You decide your own story, you know. And there's no real wrong way to play the game. People just have preferred playstyles. Not everybody's gonna like Time 16. Time 16 is a lot of zombies and it takes a long time. It's if you have a lot of time to dedicate, then, or if you really like the game in killing mass amounts of zombies, then Time 16 is good. But if you don't, like let's say you're only playing on the weekends or something like that, you only have so much time. Doing a lower pop game is probably better. You can even run guns or in like abundance or do smaller challenges or do like sprinters. Sprinters is short term, but usually, but very satisfying gameplay. It's just interesting. Oops. Did that rip the pants? That might have ripped the pants. Yeah, it did rip the pants. That's unfortunate. Do I have another pair of ranger pants? No. Combat down pretty well. My problem is sometimes I'm panicking and just completely missing zombies with my swing. Okay, so that takes time. You can, if you find that you're missing zombies with your swing, you can actually turn on a what's it called, combat outline, which for uh, it exists to make it so that you can see if you're going to hit the zombies. Don't trust it 100% because sometimes it lies, but it's a good guideline. I use it because my eyes aren't always the best and I don't always pick up on zombies. Yeah, it does lie sometimes. You gotta just hold that one sort of when it does lie, but most of the time it's fairly okay. That said, taking your time, and I know that this is going to sound kind of like very obvious, I guess, but breathing is very important when you're playing games where you're trying to be precise, and so breathing is important. Make sure you're properly, like, relax yourself best you can, breathe, and make sure that you can focus. Now I have a mod that lets me teleport, so I just can run and possibly spawn near houses. I don't have to die and run to it. All right, I mean that's called debug. You can just turn that on. It's you don't need a mod for it. You just turn on debug, run your character where you want it, turn off God mode, turn off like no clip, and then turn off debug. Easy. There you go. You don't even need to go download elaborate mods in order to do it. It's just in the game base. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. Kind of takes some of the fun out of it, in my opinion, if you just teleport yourself there. But that's just my opinion, and I'm not suggesting that you play the game the way you wanna. It's part of the survival challenge, right? You're usually playing Overwatch or Escape from Tarkov. I remember Overwatch being a good game. Sucks that that changed for me. It's not a good game for me anymore. Used to be. I used to be very passionate about that game, but unfortunately, decisions Blizzard decided to make that cater to certain types of players are just not something I enjoy. And it would take quite a revisement in order for them to have the game be in a state that I would want to play it again. And I don't expect them to do that. It's one of those things. It'd be nice, but I don't expect it. Kind of close. I mean, if you wanted to do that, you could just edit your spawn, like your spawn points. Have it spawn you in the same spot every time. You could even spawn in these houses. Of course, that takes away from being able to loot the area that you were in if you spawn here. But how you edit this? You edit your spawn point. There's a file somewhere that has the spawn points based on their coordinates. I don't know exactly how to do it right now myself, but I could find out very easily. Do a quick Google search. Oh, geez. Thank you very much for the subscription. I do very much appreciate it. Enjoy your ad previewing as well as your frog emotes. You use the Prime here. That's appreciated. But that's too hard. I mean, not really. It's no harder than what you're doing, where you're like god moding yourself and running yourself over. But the same level of difficulty, actually. At least in my opinion. I mean, our opinions can differ on this. That's fine. Oh, oops. I didn't realize it was 7. Here we go. Has no gas so far? I mean, you'll find a car with gas eventually. It just takes time, that's all. Survivor vehicles are the easiest ones. Those ones almost always have gas. The way you can tell a survival vehicle is, it's a vehicle that looks basically brand new. They'll usually be in really, really good condition. So if you can find a car that looks like it's really, really good condition, you can try and siphon gas from it. If it doesn't have a key and stuff, like, I mean, if you can't find a way to start it, it'll at least have gas, usually. Sometimes they don't, but, you know. It's a good way to start. Survivor vehicles are usually found in like driveways, so you can occasionally find them. Alternatively, if you see a roadside event where there's a vehicle that's got a tire on the ground, that's another one that's usually really good. Should have lured them away. Oh, well, there you go. Well, yeah, it just takes time and practice. I don't feel like cars are like completely necessary early on. Like, you don't need a car. Later on, though, you might want one because it's they're good for travel and they're like essentially they're like large backpacks that can pull that can get you from point A to point B faster, but also they're a really good lures as well, especially the sports cars. Mm-hmm. That's true. What Otto said. They're basically like lures, or they can be. Let's can be. It depends on vehicle engine loudness and all of that stuff, and if it's got a muffler. But it's like it could be worse than that. It could be like, well, it depends on the settings. It can be really, really bad though. Like Gaz and Lamprey both set their vehicle engine loudness to be like way, way high, so that the vehicles pull from much larger distances to pull into larger groups of zombies. I haven't touched the vehicle engine loudness in my playthroughs yet, but they still are really useful for pulling in zombies, even if you don't touch their loudness. But that's advanced stuff. That's not necessarily like for our other friend there. Just surviving a little bit longer will take some time. I don't know how long it is because so normally it would be not it would be like I play on 1 hour days, so it's about 40 to 50 or 30 to 50 minutes of gameplay, and then there's like a 10-minute gap where my character sleeps and then wakes up and goes again. So normally it would be 1 hours, like so. Let's say let's ballpark it at 40 minutes per day, right? So 7 months is this is a ticker timer, so it'd be times 30 and then plus 5. So, but the thing is we've been fasting time a lot because the winter months I can't really do much. So we basically reduced the amount of hours in the day. Yeah, mine's going to be less than that by quite a bit because I could go back and look exactly how many hours this character's been alive. It would be in the VODs. I could see when I started minus the previous VOD, and then from there just the VODs up to where we're at now would be where she's at. I think this character was made at around, I don't know. It's probably in the hundreds of hours. Yeah, something like that. It's not very much time for me, but it's a lot of time for other people, I would assume. If people were to think about putting that much time into a game, it's just my view on time is different than some folks' view on time. The yeah, I'm a little different with how I treat time. Like, I like time, but I don't see it quite the same way other folks see it. The susceptible, yeah, it was definitely. Would you say the first week is harder than the next week? Kind of yes, kind of no. So, the first month is tough. Yeah, but this challenge is definitely not meant for new people who just started the game. I wouldn't recommend you dropping your temperature to minus 170. It's not going to be a standard gameplay experience. Most of the time, at least in the base game, temperature's not going to hurt you that much. The thing that you have to kind of remember is to not let your character get too cold and not let your character overheat. So it's sort of to balance those two things. Otherwise, you're going to see this moodle pop up a lot, And if this Moodle pops up, then the lungs are shortly going to be coming after it, so exertion. And those two are what's known as the death spiral. So if you get this one, you can't recover stamina as easily, so you get exerted. Exerted is the lungs, and then that won't go away, and then so your character will stop moving very well, and that's the death spiral. It's a really genius way to do a death spiral, in my opinion. Such a good setup. But yeah, I would say I guess kind of the first week is tough, but I would say like the first month is tough, and then your first winter is your next milestone after that. Winter's not that tough. It's just a little bit colder, and it's like food is more scarce. But that aside, like if you've got the fundamentals down, you should be okay. Shouldn't need to worry, not even a little bit. You said you combat wise you do okay, right? So it's just about sort of learning sort of the golden rules of Zomboid, knowing when to back off, rest, and then knowing your limits and pushing them only to the edge, not trying not to overdo it. Yeah. Well, so like it depends on the playthrough, kind of. It could be in assessing your area and deciding where you want to go, as well. Because, for example, if they spawn in West Point day one, they might want to choose a different like place to base, kind of like depending. Because I think West Point, even on its lower difficulties, is still fairly populated. But say someplace like Rosewood, you'd be able to clear a little bit more effectively. Now, in saying that, as you get better and better at the game, things will get a lot easier. Like the difference between, well, anybody who starts a game and then you play the game for a long time, eventually some things just become second nature. If I were to spawn in 1 times West Point right now, um, it would be, well, fairly easy compared to what I've been playing lately. But that's just because I like playing the harder modes. It's more fun. For me, specifically. Hello. But yeah, definitely learning the basics of Zomboid. Zomboid is a wide pool of knowledge, but not very deep. It's not a deep game. The game's very simplified in a sense. It's how do you fight the zombies? Well, you make sure that you've got space and you hit them, and then they die. You preferably with a melee weapon, but you can shoot them too, or stomp them. Shooting them comes with an extra like asterisk of how much ammo do you have, and also are you in the area that you should be shooting them, sort of thing. Like, did you want to lure them out? Because the gunfire can be kind of noisy, depending on the gun. Was your spawn time and infection only spreads through bites? Okay, so you did saliva only, which is fine. A lot of people believe that that's actually how the zombie should be. Which, I mean, I prefer having infection on full, but that's just my playstyle. I like, if I make a mistake, that it has a chance to be fatal. You don't want to make it easy? That's fine. I agree. I wouldn't say that you're playing it on easy, though. So the thing about Zomboid is, it's not an easy game in general. Like it's easy once you grasp the wide pool of knowledge, but if you don't have that wide pool to start, the game can be very unforgiving because Zomboid doesn't like when people make mistakes, and will punish you with making mistakes by killing your character. Yeah, I agree that it's an easy game once you have the wide pool of knowledge. But if you don't have the wide pool of knowledge, it's not an easy game, right? It's it requires that extra bit of understanding before it becomes easy. Because you're okay. Okay, that's good. I was briefly concerned that I missed you losing your cryo run. Thankfully, not. The That's good. I mean, I've come to a couple close calls in this run as well. I took a scratch from a zombie that I didn't see, that I missed. It was on the walk back, and we thankfully didn't die, but we very easily could have got bit in that encounter. I would have felt a little bit bad because even just taking the scratch, the person I was talking to felt at fault, even though they weren't. It was my fault. Oh, no problem. Absolutely. Have yourself a good one. If you have any other questions or anything in the future, feel free. I like answering questions and helping people improve their knowledge basis. And the only time I don't like questions is when I think somebody's taking the piss, but most of the time nobody's doing that, so. Thankfully. Look at that. Look how many fish we caught. Holy cow. That's with Winter's debuff. We caught 5 fish. What a lucky day. Yeah, most PZ players are happy to help everyone. They want everyone to improve and be the community to improve as a whole. I'm fishing level 5, so there is a moderate chance that we catch something. Like, it's not great, but it is winter after all. So it's winter for a few more days. Died because 100 zombies came looking. I mean, it all depends. Getting here from the trailer park would be a heck of a lot easier than getting here from anywhere else. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, house alarms are pretty good for pulling in zombies. I do like them. There we go. Yeah. Hopefully that person has a little bit more, a little bit easier of a time. I remember some of my first playthroughs of this game, not understanding things, getting killed in combat. Oh, it's so good though. For 50 hours, that's fair. See, more and more with PZ, I don't understand, or I don't feel like hours are a merit of somebody's amount of knowledge in the game, because you will be learning constantly. Even the folks that have thousands of hours in this game will learn something brand new very quickly. It's not about hours in this one. more so just about having fun and straight reaching for things that way. $800 or learning never ends. I mean, even like 10K hours, and Lamprey learned something kind of new recently. Of course, it's fringe knowledge at that point. You know, you start learning things that are like completely extra, but it's still you learn something new, right? How did I get 6K kills staying in one spot? I didn't just stay in one spot. I was sieging the trailer park. I cleared this area, which this area probably had at least, probably I'd say about at least 1,000 zombies in it on its own. But by sieging the trailer park, I pull zombies from the trailer park to this area gradually with me, with my character, and you know I'm also attacking the trailer park, right? So I would assume the trailer park itself has anywhere between, I don't know, 1,000 and 7,000 zombies, and then it'll refill itself as I go near it, and my sphere or square of player influence pulls zombies from the main city to the trailer park. So I keep wanting to say character or my player's sphere of influence, but it's not a sphere; it's a box. 600 tiles, yeah. It's quite interesting, especially if you're playing on pinpoint hearing. Pinpoint hearing changes the game to be a completely like if you wanted to change a setting that's not adjusting the speed via like making the zombies sprinters, pinpoint hearing changes the game almost on an equivalent level. Not quite equivalent, but it is fairly close because then the zombies start coming at you from way further, and it's interesting. They don't really hide anymore. They want to be friends, so they come to visit. It's really interesting. I'll probably turn pinpoint hearing on in some point in this run. The biggest thing that I wanted to get done with this run, we're almost finished it. So I'll probably be increasing the difficulty soon after. Um, the biggest difficulty was trying to survive the cryo winter. Everyone knows where you are. Yeah, basically, it's not quite hive mind, but it's like they'll find you. The only time that they don't really find you is if you're like really trying to not be found. But it's yeah, they'll find you. Pinpoint hearing is like turning the end game shamblers into bosses, kind of, because they start appearing in mass. Okay, let's see. I need to chop down 5 trees. We'll do so up here. Because they're going to be 4 up here anyways. I need to warm up first, though. Alternatively, I could not warm up and just chop down the trees. There's 4 there, 5 there, I mean. That's a 4 stack. This is a 4 stack as well. Alright, one more tree. I always like to guard. Or do they hear everything? They hear everything except. So if your character has light-footed and high strength, maxed out auto, you're fine. But if your character doesn't, then yes, they hear everything. If you're walking around your base, there, you've got to kind of be a little bit cautious, especially if you have cognition on, because they'll just kind of like eventually they'll get near you. But there are ways around it. So like if you have sound sources, like you'll see a lot of the folks that make it to that stage utilize generators and cars to control their zombies, so that there's no ever worry of them bothering you, because their hearing becomes their biggest strength, but it's also their biggest weakness. So what happens is yeah, if you have a generator just outside your walls, then you can use that generator to lure in the zombies. It's ads. There's an S. There we go. I don't care which one of those things people choose, like at all. That's one of the reasons why you guys can choose one of those options if you're bothered by the ads. That is. Me, I didn't really care one way or the other, but eventually, at one point, I got a little bit annoyed with ads, and I ended up getting what's it called, Turbo, as a result. Because the ad blockers that I was using at the time, they stopped working, so I just out of and I just got lazy and was like, I'm just gonna do Turbo. And that's my opinion on that. It's not like we choose that anyways. The ads pay for stuff, obviously. So it's just like TV with commercials back in the day, right? Those used to pay for the programming. They run their commercials. I shouldn't have shut that off. But yeah, you don't have to tell me, by the way, if ads are on, because I can see when they play them. I get a little notification that says, "Hey, ads are playing." So I try, and if I am talking to a particular individual at that moment in time, I try and curb it if I think that they're a person that is going to be viewing ads. Or I'll wait to continue my thought process until after. You know, that way everybody's included. Sometimes I don't though, because I can't be bothered every single time. 3 minutes of ads plays every hour, so I like sometimes I need to do stuff, and to break my flow would be a bad idea. So I just carry on. What do I do? How do you walk at super speed? You use the walk to command with ×2 on a hotkey, but I don't really do it very often because um, when you're using the hyperspeed walking around, especially with this, I have cold to deal with, so I kind of want to be jogging. You can't really jog and do fast forwarding without kind of well, you can, but it's not real. Like it's like short burst jogging, and I don't really like it. I think it looks kind of weird. Um, Now, in saying that, there are downsides to fast forwarding and walking, and because of those downsides, especially with the cold weather and exertion, I don't do it very often. Not that the walking with cold will cause exertion. It won't. It's just that yeah, just not preferred style. I'm hoping my goal today is to get through winter, like, and be done with winter. Winter's almost done. Like, we're on what is it? February 11th. We should be able to get through winter for sure, and then we'll see how things are after that. But it's like it's nearly minus 175. That reminds me, I need to keep an eye out for another pair of green pants because these pants have a hole in them. So another pair of winter. Yeah, the minus 170. Yeah, it is definitely. It makes me appreciate playing the game normally, like with normal just to one challenge instead of doing like 5 challenges at once. Which we're not doing 5 challenges. We're doing what? We've got cryogenic winter set to its hardest, and then include permanent storm. So let's count that as one challenge. So that's one challenge. We're doing zero to hero. That's 2 challenges. We're doing, but zero to hero has been sorted. I don't have it's that part's already done. So we kind of completed the zero to hero. Um, we're doing what else is it? Oh, it's Ravencreek. Yeah. So it's an area that I'm not really familiar with. New city. Yeah. So it's Ravencreek. So that's kind of another challenge. Yeah. Weather Walker and Weird Town. Yeah. It's definitely interesting. Yeah. I feel so. We're doing like three-ish challenges rolled into one. I figure we'll get through it though. Oh, it helps teach you mechanics. Me too. I like watching different challenges and different styles of play, and seeing different things. Whether it be modded or not modded, it is still kind of cool to see the different styles of play, right? So while watching Buzz or Wick or Lamprey or Nico or Vanishing Tower or Bonds, all of those players all have different styles of play, right? Completely different challenges that are their own, and different settings. I read the word alarm, but different settings, different abilities. You can check if a house alarm is going to have an alarm without entering it. Kind of, sort of, not really. No, like you're not going to guaranteed no, but there's some houses that look like they're going to have an alarm. Now, in saying that, it's not like it's not guaranteed, but some houses, or at least this is what I've noticed, and that is houses that basically how to describe it. Houses that look untouched, kind of, is what I want to say. But I mean, I guess you could still have a house alarm activated in a house where the zombies broke the window. I don't know. I don't think there is a real way to see if there's an alarm in a house or not. It's just if you've not set foot in the house, there's a chance that it could have an alarm. And if you don't have, there's a setting that makes the zombies trigger the alarms too. So if you don't have that on, then it's literally just you. I want to say that there's visuals, but it's not really true. It's not it's not visually. But all of the house alarms that I've ever seen have happened in a house where I walked inside and the house itself seemed really calm. And that the alarm seemed to happen as if to break the calm. Now, that's probably just coincidental. So I don't actually think it has anything to do with that. Oh, there's a mod? Okay, well, kudos. What happened to Mark? There's a clip. Yeah, send it to me. I would like to see. And because well, I would pull it up on stream, but that's going to take me effort that I don't want to deal with right now. So I'll just post it in stream chat for you guys to kind of have a watch. There we go. For those that also want to watch it, there you go. Down this. Oh no 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 no! Oh, open the door! Open the door! No. 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 He was so close to. Ah. Why didn't the door open? It sounded like he was spamming E. Maybe the zombie was in the way? 303, 635. No, I'm definitely not happy either. I was happy when he took my spot, but I was rooting for him to take number 2. Damn. That's heartbreaking. Like, and it just, I think what happened is the zombie was in the way of the door, so when he went to run past the zombie, the E wasn't registering because the zombie was on the same tile as the door, kind of. Like, it's like the zombie was beside the door. That's dumb, kind of. It could be that the zombie was blocking the door, kind of, but I don't know. It's just, it looks. You feel like you've had it happen. I Well, I think I know why there were zombies in his area. He was pulling with lures at one point. He was like luring some in. Maybe his lure was a little bit too far, and some zombies followed him home. Maybe onto a generator. No, he wasn't using a generator by the look of it, or maybe he was. I'd have to go back and actually check the VOD, but I know he was using lures earlier. That's just so unfortunate. He made it so far. He was so close. So close. Well, rest in peace. That is what we play the game for, is to have fun. He was so close to Volk's number. You told Lamprey too, hopefully, right? Lamprey also knows. You know. Yeah, to have fun and then have it yanked out from under us, because that yeah. Yeah, definitely give Lamprey a no as well. I'm sure he'd like to know. He likes to know when the big runs drop off due to, well, it was unfortunate because he could hear him spamming E. So it had to be something with that zombie and being in the way is what I want to think, which is so shitty. Well, but yeah, the thing is that's something that a lot of people don't understand with us competing and stuff like that. Is we're competing with a positive mentality. We don't actually like we want to see everybody progress and like it's for fun. We're cheering each other on a lot of the time. We're like, yeah, we've got this big number. Okay, but I'm getting close, and then we'll tease each other in the lighthearted way, but it's never with malice, and it's always like we always are wanting somebody to carry on and do better. That's part of the Zomboid community in general. Is we just want, as a whole, everybody to win, defeat the undead, get a really big number, get a big survival time, and have as much fun as you can. It's about enjoyment. So long as you are enjoying, you're good. I can't have that fire going while I'm away, but that is so unfortunate, though. I was really rooting for Mark, and now its progress is stilted or is stunted for a bit. That does suck. It does happen, though. That is just how the game is written sometimes. I bet Gaz feels the same way I did. Um, when me and Mark were neck and neck. So what happened with my time 16 game and Mark's time 16 game is the just it was just as there we go. Where was Mark? Mark was in a house and he died to a cut plus fall damage slightly before I died to my katana swing, and it was a similar sort of feeling. It was like I was slightly behind Mark at the time, and I was like, he's just a bit ahead of me. All I have to do is close the gap just a smidge, and then he died, and it was like there was a bit of realization. That's true. My character does need a hydration, but I'm also kind of keeping her a little bit thirsty to extra insulate. So thirst, and I'm not trying to be too thirsty, but you'll sometimes see it dip down, and that's a little bit on purpose. I the But yeah, that does suck. Because it's a way you want to catch up, but you don't want to catch up that way. It's never you want that person's run to die. I should shout out Mark while I'm at it too, because you know. I think it's Mark. It's Mark Martins, right? Yeah, because he's a phenomenal Zomboid player. Absolutely phenomenal. It does suck though that his run ended. I've been peeking in to see, and I like. I mean, is just not happy. Yeah, no, and you're not liking it. Yeah, the pressure is only slightly on you because right now, in terms of standing, at least kind of, it seems like the Build 41 leaderboard is more than likely locked in. Kind of, you're an outlier. You're like the only one that's really going to be shaking it up a whole lot, I think. And then I've got stuff that I've got planned for that as soon as Build 42 comes out. But it's sort of just once again, it's all for fun. It's but if you do manage to succeed, you basically will shift around the whole board. So do keep me posted, but don't feel pressured. Remember, this is for fun. We're having a good time with it, and you were doing your challenge long before, and something like that, right? You've been trying to go for 300K in a year for ages. And I think it was yesterday or the day before that Lamprey said that it impressed him. Like you straight up are impressing him. So that's it's neat. The reason why I stress that actually though is because there's a handful of folks that do wander in from time to time, and they take it really over the top and super seriously, and it's like too much. You know what I mean? Like I'm like competition. I really think it's fun, and I do like to compete. But there's taking it too far as well. Yeah, I don't like when people take things like that too far because there's no need to. Yeah, and it's okay to sweat a little bit, but not like crazy, super, mega, all the time sweat forever. There are those kinds of folks around. They exist, and they're sometimes really fun to be around, especially when they have a jovial side. Be playful, but not. Yeah, there's a handful of folks that take it a little bit too much over the top. And those folks need to chill. Just think though, Mark did his kills faster this time around than he did last time. So the improvement is just phenomenal. Even at a player of his level, like there's still he's faster, better, stronger than the previous Mark. He's Mark 2.0. And I hope he's not beating himself up too much about that death, because I mean that was it was a fairly jank death, but it was still like it was not a bad death in my opinion. Not that there not very many deaths in Zomboid would be a bad death, because most of the time you go down in pretty interesting ways. There's no real bad deaths, but yeah, That's true. When people see a leaderboard, sometimes they get a little crazy with it, and they lose sight of the general reason why that leaderboard exists in the first place. Because I didn't start my thought process behind starting that leaderboard thing was specifically to have something for us, that play the game a lot, to have something to shoot for, you know. So it would be fun, give us an extra little added goal on top of our current goals, you know. And then because everybody wants to like oh, what are your settings, and then, oh, what is your kill score, how long have you survived, those are all common questions that get asked. So it's always interesting to find out different things about people, right? And like, well, what settings do you like, what's your opinion on this setting or that setting? You know, some interesting resulted answers. Because some people really like different things. Like, there's some people that really like multi-hit. There's some people that really don't. There's some people who believe multi-hit should be on certain weapons, and some people who just are indifferent and they don't care. Um, that's just one example, but there's lots of examples like that throughout the settings. Yeah, I don't use multi-hit either, but I have seen multi-hit. I played just after the option for multi-hit was not like was there was no multi-hit in the game when I started playing. Like, by default, my default settings was there was no multi-hit for me, because when I started really playing, like, whether I was playing single player or stuff like that, I was playing like the CDDA challenges back then, and there was the default for that was single hit. So it just is how I started playing the game. Back then, I also didn't use the aim outline. And I can tell from experience that when I didn't use the aim outline, a handful of my deaths were because I didn't see the zombie at all. The aim outline does help me see the zombies better, so I have a less likely chance of dying. That's just because of my eyes not always being able to pick up on like, even if the zombies were moving, like, it just sometimes I'll miss them completely. Multi-hit is realistic. Yeah, it depends, kind of, and I get where those folks come from, but it's like, it's just interesting. I don't know. I The amount of force that you would need to strike through one object and another object that are both fairly, like, thick, like, let's, like, human style, like, they've done that before. It's very difficult. Yeah, I really don't like the realism argument either, because it's like, it's a purely fantasy game. You'll never ever get this scenario. It's just never going to happen. Oh, it's not realistic enough. It's a zombie apocalypse game. It's fantasy literally to start. You're. It's not. Yeah, and I agree. It is a bit too strong. But in terms of helping, like, a person get used to the combat, I don't think that it's bad to have it as a base game. Like, for like, which mode is it attached to? Is it attached to, like, Survivor, or is it attached to Apocalypse? I don't remember, because they used to be called different things. A long time ago in the game, there used to be Initial Infection, something months later. It didn't used to be this way with the Builder and the Survivor and the Apocalypse. It used to say a bunch of other things. Do you guys remember that too, or am I just, like, out of it? Because I remember it's having four modes, and the four modes were like initial infection. What was it? It was initial infection, something something, 6 months later, and the 6 months later actually is the basis for the CDDA. I remember that being a thing. I should be fishing right now, and I'm not because I'm distracted by looking off into the distance and thinking nostalgically. I need to stop that because I'm gonna starve to death. But yeah, it's still in the sandbox. Okay, so those options are still like my character was having a flashback. Yeah, previous lives. This is but a reincarnation. Okay. Yeah, those settings were kind of neat. I like the current ones better because it just gives them more. It feels right, like the way that it's set up. So I'm kind of keen on that. Yeah, back then those settings were fun. But when I learned that you could turn on a name outline, and then I mean, it was pretty good. I was like, that helps me because now I can see better. And that's a preferred setting for me, as opposed to there's a lot of folks that say it breaks their immersion, but I mean, I can understand be wanting to be immersed in the zombie apocalypse, kind of. But yeah, I agree. I'm on the same wavelength as the folks that take this game too seriously in terms of its realism. Can't see me making the quotation marks, but I mean, it's not going to be realistic. There's a lot of things in this game that are not realistic at all, like becoming a master surgeon by standing on glass. Okay, I don't need to add any more wood to the upstairs. Let's add this wood to the downstairs. But yeah, immersion's good, but it's like only to a point. Like no need to take it too far. Read a magazine that teaches you how to plug a generator into your house's electrical grid. Well, even some of the magazines that are like the fact that when you read a book it disappears because your character eats the book. Magazines, comic books, the hotties magazines, your character eats them. Where do they go if they don't eat them? Right? And I know that they're going to be changing that in the future, that books are going to be able to be reread, but still, it's like, yeah, or any weapon for that matter. The amount of body tax it would take to kill 1,000, um, like even feral like animals, let's say, would be it'd be ridiculous. And being able to eat the same thing over and over and over again, human palates don't work that way. So what happens when you start to eat too much of the same thing is your body starts going, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And then it will deny you. It'll be like, "No, you're not eating the same thing for the 50th time. It's not happening." There's some things that you can kind of eat for a lot, but if you were to actually literally gorge on the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, eventually your body will start to reject it. Because I did a study on bananas at one point in time because I wanted to know if you eat bananas, could you get potassium poisoning? Because bananas have a slight amount of potassium in them. Truth be told, you can't. Your body will be like, nah, we ain't eating any more bananas before you actually get potassium poisoning. Yeah, body literally needs variety. You can't just sit there and eat the same thing over and over again. Now, in some cases, people will be like, well, I like eating the same thing over and over again. Yes, that's fine, but there's variance. You're gonna take breaks. You're gonna have other things. Tiny dropout. I didn't get any frame loss. No bitrate loss either. Is it broken? Did I actually drop out? Seems like it's fine. Maybe just local service. Okay. No drops. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Otto. I appreciate you both for letting me know. Because even if it's just one-sided, it's good to know. But yeah, it's that study was really really interesting. I did really enjoy doing that. Yeah, sometimes it gets a bit hiccupy. It's safer for you than to. Yeah, I mean, the house alarm's helpful in my eyes, anyways. It's not gonna always be helpful, but in this case, it is. But it's about knowing when to engage and when to disengage. When the house alarm went off, I didn't stay in that area. I left and came back after it was done to see the aftermath. And the aftermath is exactly what I thought it would be. A fair amount of zombies, enough that I could gain a little bit more kill score and then also keep fighting. The issue is that you're gonna notice that your character, as the days progress, it's getting colder and colder, and then eventually you'll be stuck at the same point I'm at, where it's you can make several fires in like a line and then heat yourself that way, but you're going to burn wood out really quick that way. Like it's going to cost a lot of wood to keep those fires lit. Also, the zombies are a little dumb and they will walk over the fires, catch fire, and then cause you problems. Yeah, you won't see the zombies coming immediately though. Like not a lot of them right away. It's like maybe you'll see a handful. I stuck around a little bit after, but I didn't like stay for very long because I don't know the area all that well, and I would assume that the residential area over here is not fenced in because I ran out this way, right? So we can assume that this area is not fenced, which means that if, let's say, that this is a cell and this is a cell, right? And that this is a cell and this is a cell. That's what I'm going on based on general. Like, I don't know where exactly the borders are, but generally speaking, somebody told me that the one of the borders was right here on the bottom of this lake. So generally, that would be about a cell, and then this would be a cell, and then horizontally it'll be about the same. I would assume this fence has something to do with the cell border. So either on the other side of the fence or on this side of the fence is the cell border here. So that gives me a general idea that from here to there is the cell border, which means that I can kind of guesstimate that this entire lake is in a cell. This entire area up here is in a cell. Here is in a cell, and this is a cell. So this is probably about 4 cells in an area, right? It means if you go to the trailer park and you're assaulting this area, I don't know if there's a fence on this bottom part, but there is definitely no fence up here. So the zombies from this part of the cell will be able to wander out this way. If that all makes sense. Let's see. Okay, just gotta close Discord because I forgot it was open. Yeah, the thing is though, as you progress with the cold, you'll realize that you do need some fires. Yeah, thank you. You have a good one, guys. Yeah, have fun there, Peter. I'm gonna go heat myself up, and I'm gonna do foraging in this area, I think. Rest, sit on the ground. Okay. Do I have any? I think I do have one. No, we don't even have one. Okay. Let's do some foraging. Yeah, I'm probably going to do a tea refill here in a bit. 500 hours and then you die to a mushroom. That's why you should never eat mushrooms that are unidentified. Literally never. Never eat mushrooms that are unidentified and never eat berries that you do not know what they are. There's ways to tell which berries are which kind of, like winter berries, for example, probably they have sort of a distinct look to them, and blueberries and blackberries also have distinct looks to them. Um, there's some berries that you will be able to tell are good berries. They just are good berries. Meanwhile, other berries, not so much. No, and there's no reason to take a chance, especially when the food sources are abundant as they are. Absolute worst case scenario, you can always like get like junk food, canned food. That helps a little bit. Fishing is great up until the winter. Then you kind of need level 4 fishing and above in order to still spearfish. Yeah, until the herbalist mag, or if you took the herbalist trait. In this particular playthrough, I took the herbalist trait because I didn't know if I would find the magazine right away, and I needed the extra stuff. So it's a rare case to take the herbalist trait, but I don't regret it at all. I think that it was good in this particular playthrough to do that. Now, long term, it's not wise because long term you will get the herbalist trait through the herbalist mag. But just because I didn't have the opportunity to do that, like I stuck on a time constraint that could have very easily ended up with my character being dead. So I didn't have time to be leaving that up to chance. Later on, though, are almost guaranteed to find a herbalist mag in a library or in. It's the same as the generator mag. They're both of similar caliber in terms of finding. You can find them in a bookstore. You can find them in mailboxes. You can find them in. There's a lot of places that can spawn them. House bookshelves. On the ground with foraging. Although foraging them does kind of come at the cost of it, like not being common. They can happen. It can happen though. I don't think I've foraged up the herbalist before, but I've definitely foraged up other magazines. Even in this playthrough, I think we foraged up a couple of magazines. Like metalworking one and one of the car ones, I think. Actually, that's something I can check really quick. We found an engineering magazine and yeah, one of the metalworking ones. because these other magazines we got with traits. It's not a bad thing though. I don't mind it so much. Combining with hiker is really good. Gives you a bigger forage radius. I mean, we're almost level 10 foraging as a result, so that's kind of nice. Can you die to fish? I mean, not exactly. If you eat the raw fish, kind of. Alternatively, you could also burn the fish, and that could kill you, kind of. If you eat too much, you can gain the obese trait, and that can kind of lead to your death. But it's not really the fish that would be killing you at that point. Just like eating the burnt fish isn't really the fish that's killing you, it's a misplay on the player's part, right? Same as eating the raw fish. Those are things that can be avoided. You can't really die to fish. It's more so just dying to neglect. There we go. We'll go make some more fishing spears here in a bit. Okay, we're about to be freezing, so I'm gonna run back. All right. I very much would like to push the trailer park right now, but I can't. Like, we can barely get out to like a little ways out there before we start to freeze. I mean, you do what you want in your playthrough. I can't tell you what to do in terms of what's going to work best for you. I just know that I didn't like the trees in my way, so I chopped them down. But what hat do I have? Right now I have a crash helmet, but I also have my frog hat in my bag. So like, see, I have the frog hats right here, but it doesn't give you any insulation. The crash helmet, on the other hand, gives me most insulation. Not all, but some. It's not as much as the wool hat or the winter hat, but it's definitely more than a baseball cap or a cowboy hat, which were my other options early on. All right. Before we go and do the afternoon fishing, which is what's coming next, I am going to AFK though briefly so that I can make myself another tea. So BRB. Alrighty. Timer almost beat me that time. Very close. Let's go fish. Oh, soon. Forge on my way there. Recipes again. Do zombies migrate to where you live? Yes, but not lots. So there are not lots that will migrate over here because we've killed most of the zombies in the south. The way migration works is it's the zombie distribution around the south. So yeah, they do migrate here, but it's like we've killed most of them. Probably not all of them, but some of them. So enough that I'm not worried too much about a lot of zombies showing up. At the very most, I would expect like maybe 100 zombies showing up, and that would still be something that I can manage. So I'm not worried about it. Like I wouldn't want to manage 100 zombies right now, but I could, because we would take it in piecemeal, fighting it slowly and making sure we're warm and fighting them like over time. I'm gonna start my fishing early because we can. Might as well. But yeah, you'll see the occasional zombie show up, and that's from the migration. Unless I wander up that path a little ways, to which then it wouldn't be from the migration, it probably would be from me pulling them in. Migration isn't scary in the game at all. It's more meta is scary. Kind of. But not even really scary. So meta would be those things like the lady yelling, the guy yelling, the dog barking, the stuff like that. Helicopter. Meta. Where is my axe attached to? Like this one? It's attached to the side of the bag on the outside. It's considered attached to my back, though. It's for quick draw. So I'm trying to keep one in my hands and one on my back, so that I can just draw it out when I need it. It's another day. Half a month left, by the way, and then we're free from winter's grasp. Yeah, that's normal. It's normal to not see very many chipstones at first. You'll get more as time goes on, and then you'll start building them up. Especially when your maintenance starts getting higher, because your axes will break less, right? So more will build up. Right now, I have about 20 or so axes, I think. But that's also because I haven't been using them as much. I've been trying to be sparing with them just in case. Um, so I think right here, yeah, we've got 20 stone axes. And I do keep trying to keep an eye out for more chipstones. Although we've not been having too much luck with it. Sometimes we'll find like 5 or 6 chipstone, and that's good enough for a while. Unless you're using them to kill zombies. Which we will be soon. Because as soon as winter ends and the temperature starts to go back up, we'll be able to go and attack the trailer park. Do I have big projects? Eventually. I can dream of big projects. I've done a few big projects, though, before. Like, one of my bigger projects that I've tried to attempt, and I've taken a few I've taken a few tries at it, and I failed so far. Is wrapping a wall around West Point. I made it to about 60% before I got killed last time. Maybe I come back in about 3 years. Like in game time? Yeah, probably. I expect it would take about 3-4 years to clear Ravencreek. Maybe less. It depends on how many I can kill this summer in game. Spring and summer in game. Hopefully it'll be at a decent enough temperature that I can squeeze out as many kills as possible. Because that's part of it. Is to make sure that my temperature is good enough that we can then put pressure on that trailer park, clear it, and then attack the Ravencreek proper. It just takes patience, really. That's the biggest thing. Time 16 is more of just an endurance game than anything else. Yeah, it's tough in town. No, you're fine. 32 people are watching, but several of them are just lurking. Zomboid is one of those games that a lot of people just throw it on in the background while they continue to do their other stuff, which I'm happy with. That's fine. Some people are even playing Zomboid while watching Zomboid, which those people are like probably some of the best players in my opinion. Because I don't know if I could do that. I'd be too paranoid that zombies are in the game. Hello. You pause the game. That's fine. I pause the game sometimes when I'm going on tangents or when things surprise me, like really like, or there's questions that I have mulling around my own mind, or my mind is not in the right place. Um, the reason being is that I'm trying to put it into words, but it's difficult. The truth be told, you can be in a flow state, and then you can pause it, and you can be still retain that flow state. At least I think you can. It's just a matter of balancing with it that's required. But everybody's different, so understanding yourself is good. I know how I work, so usually. So sometimes I need to pause, sometimes I don't. It just depends. Sometimes I should have paused and I didn't. Back to the house we go. I literally can't go anywhere. Even if I were to light these fires along the trek, it's not worth it. You play on sometimes. Sometimes I have a few off-stream games. I had a couple CDDA runs off stream that I used to play. Those ones I've since deleted because I just one of them I died in, and the other one what was I doing? I started doing really random tests sometimes when I'm doing stuff off stream, and then I had that for fun King's Mouth run. Yeah, King's Mouth is really fun. You have it on your map. Yeah, King's Mouth can be pretty good. Definitely good for a short-lived gun run if you really want to, you know. But I was doing a short axe run, like where I needed to forage, and the forage zones in Kingsmouth are really like limited. There's only a handful of them. So the first trick for that is you go to the lighthouse to collect a weapon. There's usually a weapon there, and if not, then you can kill the zombies to get a weapon. From the lighthouse, you go to the pier where the bus stop is. It's like a bus depot dock port thing. There's usually a sledgehammer in there. And if there's not, then you can do the long trek all the way around. But if there is, you can just punch a hole through the fence. Or if you find a hammer and nails, you can make a few planks and then build around the wall that's on the north side of Kingsmouth. On the riverside, you can just build two wood floor and it'll let you past. and then from there you're in the North military area. You can actually there's forage zones in that forest, as well as there's a military area where you can get a military backpack and shit tons of guns. So many guns. What was the name of the mod that I'm doing under the sign? What do you mean under the sign? You mean the edit, like the text? It's not a mod. It's a plugin for XSplit that lets me have text and linked. Well, sort of. The text is not linked to the sign. The text is separate. But when I had emotes on there, it was that was part of the plugin that lets me have slideshows. Oh, you're talking about the stats? Yeah, that's Mess's Twitch stats is for the stats. And then I just linked the text to a document. There's two documents. One's survival time, the other one's kill count. There are forge zones. Yeah, there are forge zones in the north of. There's also forge stones if you were to go into the warehouses in the military area. That's to the north, Otto. Inside the warehouses is city loot. They're city. They count as city zones. And actually, I think inside some of the houses count as city loot too. But foraging in such a small area sucks. So I don't often like foraging in indoors like that. The warehouses though to the north are definitely it's useful to have that as your in your back pocket. Yeah, the forage zones need on Kingsmouth need a rework, but that said, there are some. So I shaved. Is a shaved tube that is currently a chalupa. How are you doing, by the way? Are you having a good day? Just raiding. I'm gonna say hi. Raid, indeed. How goes your stuff? You've been playing a lot of other games I've seen, like just random other titles, like tons of them. From like, hmm. It's like you and both you and Fiefton have been doing that. It's like lots of random things. You heard that the Zomboid is getting its update eventually here soon, right? Soon, TM. Raid. Yes. Can't wait. It's it should be I'm thinking summer. But it might be before then. Someone said first quarter, so maybe end of March, start of June, maybe. But I'd like to believe August. Just enjoying your library. That's actually really good to do, in my opinion. Because there's a large portion of games in my library that I just never touch. And I've owned them, but just never played them. And it's good to, once in a while, just crack open one of those games that you thought you were going to enjoy and just play and have fun. Or even booting up an old game. I've been thinking about playing Terraria lately. Mostly because I haven't actually finished all of Terraria. Like, I've done most of it, but there's a handful of bosses that I didn't do because they're new. They came out later after I'd been done with the game. Oh yeah, stuff goes on sale and you just pick it up, right? Whether you pick it up in by itself because it's on like 90% off, or maybe it's in a bundle that's like 50% off for all the games of that style. It's really cool. I do like when Steam does those kinds of things. You never played it? That's understandable. It's got an appeal that sometimes isn't always like a lot of folks are not keen on. I know I tried to get Emma to play it with me once, and Emma was just not interested in the art style, which is fine. I mean, it's really fun for me to play, though. I do really like it. And there's a lot of games that I've been really enjoying. I want to put more time into Enshrouded, as well as I want to put more time into Monster Hunter with Emma, because Emma really likes Monster Hunter. So plus we just got frog hats for our cats. So well, I mean, frog hats was enough to really hammer home wanting to play that game. Yes. If you really need to rest, do feel free, and I'll be here doing. We're just trying to survive. I'm taking a knee until winter, so it is done, so that we can not deal with the fishing debuff anymore. Eat proper food, get our weight back to normal, and then if the cold can let up for just a bit, that would be kind of nice. Like I'm a little bit annoyed with the temperatures that I have to deal with. That said, though, I mean, I did sign up for the coldest of winters, so can't really hate on the temperature being minus 168. Insta freeze. Sprinters. Yeah, sprinters is fun. I'm doing a cryo winter run that's set to the hardest difficulty the cryo winter has. So we're in winter right now, and the temperature drops down to like minus 170. No sprinters this time, unfortunately. I was doing sprinters last month, right before I went on vacation, and when I got back, I was like, I need something that's relaxing. But I did put it on the list of things that we could choose between. So I had folks vote on what we do, and they voted for modded maps and cryo winter. So on top of modded maps in Cryo Winter, I shoved times 16's population, so that and a zero to hero as well, just to kind of give it that added spice that I was missing. I do intend to do sprinters later, though. Maybe after we die in this one, or if in build 42, I may set the zombies to random, or maybe I'll do a percentage of sprinters or something. We'll see. I do like sprinters. I think they're interesting. I'll be excited to get away from the snow after having spent so long in it. I like the snow, don't get me wrong, but this is starting to feel a little too much like home. Less like Kentucky. Oh yeah, it's way too cold. Like we're right next to a fire right now, and it's 1 degree Celsius. I could probably take the Cryo Winter mod off the playthrough, but I don't really want to do that. I did mull it over though. That once we survived it, if I would consider taking it off the playthrough, I was like, nah. There's no place like home. Mind you, my home doesn't get down to -70, but we do see snow a large portion of the year. One of the jokes up here is that there's only two seasons, winter and construction. Hmm? No, I'm northern Canada. I'm Canadian. But I don't say A nearly as often as people would expect. I don't even know if I say it at all. It's one of those things that I'd have to say if I do apologize a lot though, so maybe that part is true. Hmm. Apologies abound. Get some Timmies. I could use Timmies, but at the same time, their Steve tea is not necessarily that good. No offense, Tim Hortons. Step up your tea game. That's not to state that I dislike Tim Hortons. I don't. But it's in terms of tea, it's like it's okay. We also have Starbucks too. Starbucks and Tim Hortons. Those are the two coffee franchises that we have. And then there's a lot of like one-off shops that are really cool. I like those because sometimes they sell K cups or different kinds. No, I'm not into hockey. The closest I got into hockey was I thought Wayne Gretzky was kind of cool. That's as close as I got. But that's like being able to appreciate any master in the field. I don't like golf, but Tiger Woods was pretty good too, right? I'm not really keen on like basketball, but I've heard of LeBron James and I've heard of Michael Jordan, and there was another person that was recently that I heard about. Like, was it Zion? Something like that. Yeah, LeBron or Michael. Look here. So I like Michael, but the reason why is I was trying to be up to date with the current, like, you know what I mean. And I know LeBron is old, but Michael is a lot older. You don't even care about sports balls. That's fair. But even not caring about sports balls, you would probably know like all at least like the heads in the field. Like that's just kind of how it goes, right? Those names are big names usually. I'm not really keen on sports either, though. The masters of their craft, the folks that everybody talks about, with the people that actually do like that stuff. Names that just resonate. But yeah, I guess I'm not really that into sports. Fish, yeah. It's my version of The Shining. All fish and no play. That's fair. Why am I fishing now, though? Like, I'm not gonna catch anything. XP, I guess. Really, really little XP. Level 5. The amount of things that I'm gonna catch is almost literally none with spearfishing at level 5 in winter. I should forage or something instead. I would want to fish in fishing hours and only fishing hours. But yeah, we're only low level right now. No, I can't get books though, not yet. Once we start raiding the trailer park, we'll be able to get books. Because there's probably going to be like a handful of books there. You have a mod of the level up sound? Yeah. It turns the level up noise from the guitar riff that is pretty good. I don't hate the guitar riff. I think it's decent. But for me, this game feels like The Sims, so I changed the level up noise to be The Sims. Trust me, we'll be able to hear it lots and lots later. When you live a long time in this game, you'll notice that once these levels get to level 10, that they're going to start spamming you with that noise. So it's really, really funny the way that that works. And if I could recommend anything, it would be that make sure you like the level up noise if you start to live that long. That, or we could like hope that they fix it or make it more meaningful. No, the zombies don't slow down. They're the same. They also like during storms like this, they see normal too. They're even in fog they see normal. Time, weather, none of that stuff affects the zombies at all, unless you have mods on that makes it affect them. Which I don't. It's basically a vanilla experience, but in a modded map. And then I have a couple custom like ones for cosmetic purposes. That's all. No fish. One fish. Are there any mods of a watch alarm? You mean like to change the sound effect? I'd probably. I don't know. To set the alarm, you just click on the watch though and click set alarm like this. That's not a mod. That's just base vanilla. It has to be a digital watch or a clock though, like a alarm clock. You meant the sound? Yeah, okay. Well, there's probably a mod that changes the alarm sound. I don't know though. That's not something I've ever looked up. So I'm sure you could try and find it, or you could probably augment it yourself. Although augmenting sounds is a little bit of a pain. I'm not surprised Big Zombie Monkey did that. I'd be tempted to do something similar. It sounds like Big Zombie Monkey to me. He's always doing cool things. He's a bit burnt though on the game at the moment, or last I checked, he was. He's been playing other stuff, taking a break. Hopefully that it's a much like it sets him so that he'll be able to come back when Build 42 happens. Did you build this house or happen across it? This one's one of the like cabins out in the woods, so I didn't build this. I did move the antique stove that was in this house upstairs here though, so that I could sleep next to an antique stove. But yeah, I guess happened across it, but it wasn't by chance. I knew this house was here because of previous playthrough. So yeah, it's because while learning this map and trying to adjust, and now goes the cult. It is tough, but we're making do. I didn't build it, and I only burned it in the last playthrough. I didn't burn it down in this one, not yet. I'm gonna try my best to avoid that. I don't want to burn my house down again. Was taking towards the modders? Okay, well, I've not heard that stance, but we'll see. I heard they hired some modders, like, to work with them, so that's the first I'm hearing that Indie Stone and the modders are not getting along. But I I trust your stance on it. You probably would know better than I would. Coded changes in Build 42. I mean, that's going to be growth like over time though. It's going to be something that everybody's going to have to get used to because I'm sure it's not easy for them to code it, let alone, trying to make it easier for modders. We'll have to wait and see. But the modders are clever. They'll figure something out around it, I'm sure. And everybody will be happy. I'm almost positive on that. Or I'd like to hope. Yeah, Red does prove quite a bit of stuff is in need of an adjustment, but some of it is intentional, some of it is overlooked. We'll see. They pay attention, so it's not like they ignore their community, and they. But the thing is also that we have to bear in mind, as a community, as gamers, sometimes we think we know what we want, and we prove that wrong. I've got a perfect example as well. If an example would be the community asked the Indie Stone for sprinting, right? Begged them, please let us have sprinting. How many people use sprinting now, aside from people who play sprinters? Not very many, right? That's a case of where players think they want a feature, but then it isn't. It's not quite used. You've never begged for. I'm not saying sprinter zombies. I mean the ability to sprint. So look, this is regular running, right? This is regular running. This is sprinting. You can tell because my stance changed, right? But yeah, the community begged for sprinting. Indie Stone delivered, and it's not a feature that really we need. Like we didn't need that. Community was wrong on that one. Now, in saying that, it is useful in sprinters, for example. Um, I remember it being kind of useful in sprinters when I was playing security guard because it gave me that extra 1 or 2 seconds against the sprinters, and every second counts against sprinters. But it's like a fringe case where it matters, and that's one example of. But there are many examples of player bases not really understanding what they want. They ask for something, and it's not. It burns your stamina too fast. That's the trade-off, though, right? For the extra speed. So, in my opinion, I agree with you, but it's my point of the whole topic was that players don't frequently know what they want. Not as often as we think we do. We think we know what we want, but yeah, not always. Jogging and sprinting. Yeah, no, I agree. There could be clarity, and they could implement something like a little bit more specific on this. But I get it. They leave it vague to be like kind of an immersive experience, but at the same time, it's like it could be a little bit better. I don't get me wrong. There's things that I understand, and I'm not disagreeing with you wholeheartedly. I do agree with you to an extent, but I do think that they'll figure out what they want to do with their game, and that will kind of the modders they'll figure out what they want to change, and that it'll be a sort of a group effort, and everything's going to go okay. I don't think it's going to be quite as doom and gloom as everybody's going to lead on to believe. I know you like the game. I've seen you around, and I don't think that you're just bitching. You're, in my opinion, you're a person who's passionate. Oh, and congratulations, by the way, on your interview. I'm glad that it went great. Kudos. Um, but you're speaking from a place of passion, I um, and I understand that. Don't worry. It's the same level of passion that I can sometimes get on tangent with other games that I've had in the past been passionate about. You know what? We'll go warm up at the other place. But yeah, kudos, congrats on the interview. But yeah, I wouldn't mistake it as just bitching. I know it's not. It's especially coming from someone who's clearly puts a lot of time and effort into the game and really likes the game. Basically, when you are everywhere, you'll notice when someone else is everywhere too. And I've seen you around, so don't fret. But yeah, I do think that we sometimes will want something, and we don't really know what we want, and that we just need to wait. Yeah, should name your next character Ben Thunder, and then get somebody to steal or to borrow your truck, and then they will have Ben Thunder struck. I like that one. That one's one of my favorite ones. I seen it in a PoE video a long time ago, so I'm not claiming credit on it. It's definitely one of my favorite ones, though. Because when he was saying it, I was like, wait a second. There's something here. My brain's adding up something, but I don't know what it is yet. And then he gave the punchline. I was like, oh, wow. Plus, it's a song. There we go. Oops, I don't speed that up. But yeah, I understand when people have passion and they want to see things better. That's one of the things that like why I don't like I get a little bit heated about certain games like 7 Days to Die is an example of a game that's like that for me. I see so much potential in that game of being something really great and yet it just falls short. Like it's and that's unfortunate. In my eyes anyways it falls short because it's a cool game. The concept's great, the quests are fun, the building is decent, the progression chain is good. It just lacks, though, at least in my opinion. And it's the same for folks thinking about PZ and then PZ's negatives, and I get that. It is quite true in both games. The thing that really makes PZ special, though, in my book, would be it's in 7 days you have to turn on the permadeath, and in PZ you would have to turn it off because PZ's default is permadeath. So that slight change, ever so slight as it is, and then the isometric camera view plus the sim-ish look versus the Minecraft style look, um, it's like yeah. What game are we talking about? I was talking about all of the games that like so like in at the initial it was about PZ and PZ stuff, but then I broadened the scope a little bit to games in general like 7 days in that case or another game I would put that in that boat is Ark because I like Ark as a concept, but I just don't like the game, and I think that the company is kind of shit. The one that makes it. I think that the developers of it are maybe not that bad, but like the people that are pushing like their marketing and whatnot, it frustrates me to no end. One of my sort of rules would be if a game is early access, publisher. Yeah, that's it. There you go. You hit the nail on the head. One of the things that annoys me is if a game is early access, it should never ever release DLC. Finish your game first, then release your DLC. Also, I've never had a start menu crash my PC until that game. That start menu is absolutely atrocious. There is no reason for it either. The start menu plays worse than the game. You get the game running and it's fine, but you got to get past the start menu. It's like maxing out your settings. I agree. It might be different now, and I'm willing to sort of be like, okay, these games have changed since I last played them. So while I do still kind of hold cynical bitterness against those games, I'm willing to let that go and give it another go at some point in the future. Currently, though, I just haven't had the time to play them. So, like, I mean, I bet you maybe 7 Days has improved. Maybe they worked on their end game a little bit. In terms of Arc, maybe they've improved. I know that Zomboid hasn't worked very much on its end game aside from the actual end game. The end game of Zomboid is you die. That is the end game. You can survive as long as you want, max your character out, get as many kills as you want, but the end game of Zomboid is you die. So there needs to be a little bit more than that. I agree. That same as the ending of Rimworld. Yep. The ending is you can continue. That is it. You can just keep going if you want to. After you launch the rocket, you can just keep going. You can like take over the world if you want. Limitations are kind of like not so much. Like same as any sandbox, right? But sandboxes sometimes have a goal, like Factorio or Minecraft. Like there's usually some kind of thing that you're striving towards, right? And I'm not saying there's not in Zomboid, because I've obviously put a lot of time and thought and behind my runs, and and I enjoy playing Zomboid. It's really fun. Yeah, it's about the journey, not the destination. Yeah. So if they could just make that end game journey just a little bit more, like if there was just a little bit more we could do. And I'm sure that they're going to work on it. I already did that. I had the gold at one point. I'm one of the folks that has successfully stolen the gold from the cemetery on time 16. Of course, that character did die, but that character did see the gold. She took the gold to the hotel. And then I don't know if I took it all the way back to West Point, but I might have. Because my main hub was in at the racetrack, West Point, and where was it? The church, and then the motel, the hotel. It's more of a motel, right? I don't remember. So now I'm doing it. Now do it in Cryo Winter. That seems like a lot of work. It wouldn't be so bad though. I would just need to get out of Ravencreek first. That would be a bit of an order. From there, I would need to be able to maintain my character. But I could go for the gold. I would just do the same thing I did last time, which was slowly chip away at Louisville's population from the military area, and then I would go and then do the same thing, chip away at it to get into the gold area. It wasn't completely done, though, like when I stole the gold from that area. Because that's where I died. I died shortly after that. But there's some things on my PZ bucket list that I've never done. I paused because my video player started loading. So I was like, did my game crash? Because I don't want to continue unless we're together. We're almost done with the Cryo Winter as well. A little bit longer. Got over to the storage unit. Second day, large backpack. One of the storage units is open. So the thing is you can get the keys. Use if one of the storage areas is open, lure a zombie in there, kill it, and then check it for the key. And if you get the key, it'll open all that one side of the storage unit, and then you can go over to the other side of the storage unit, find another door. You're gonna need to kill like 3 zombies in the storage unit to take it over fully, but It's super, super great. Yeah, it's a super useful trick. Lets you because then you can open up all the doors in the storage unit. That's I did that in my sprinter playthrough. Was That's how I took over the storage unit. So what? No, so kind of, yeah. When the zombie goes inside, it increases it has a higher chance of getting the key. It's not always going to get the key, but like it probably will. It may take a few zombies, but and each storage unit like side has its own key. So does that make sense? Like, let's pretend that this is one of the storage units and this is the one that's across from it, right? I kill a zombie in here, I'll get the key for this length of storage units. And if let's say that this is the other one, right? I won't have the key for this one, but all I do is find an open door or smash one of the doors open, lure a zombie in, kill it, and then it gives me a chance for the key for that one. That's the same for if you want to go inside like a locked door in like a building, like a pharmacy, or let's say the police station, right? Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. The police station's a good example. Ever want to get into the armory? Don't want to break down the door? Kill a police zombie inside, or like it doesn't have to be a police zombie, but kill a zombie inside the police station, and you'll get the key for the armory. It's the same thing. And for example, for this building, I didn't have the key built for this building initially. I killed a zombie inside this building so that I would have the keys for these doors. What's also really neat is if, for example, I were to take apart these doors, see these doors right here? There's two of them, one there and one there. They are linked to this key. So what that means is if I take the doorknob off of this door, like by taking the door apart, or if a zombie kicks in the door and the doorknob falls off, that doorknob is linked to this key. So I can then put it somewhere and I'll be able to lock the door because I have the key. All outside doors kind of work that way. It's neat. Neat little extra info. Yeah, all you do is go grab like one or two zombies, bring them with you, and you know, don't get pincered in. Like, don't take too many. But if you kill like one or two, so it's not so much the depth of the game that's the thing. It's the wide the width. I would say there's a lot of knowledge, but it's not deep. It's wide. It's like a kiddie pool, but it's like a fair size kiddie pool. Yeah, because I wouldn't say that the game's too deep. It's kind of simple in a lot of in a lot of its design, but the simplicity is what makes it good. It doesn't need to be overcomplicated. A lot of folks really like the. There's a lot of different things to like about this game. Whether it's the aesthetics, the building, the decorations, the immersion. There's a lot of things to like about Zomboid. And some folks don't even play Zomboid, they just watch it. It's neat. It's because it's that it's interesting, right? Go grab these. There we go. I like this game very much. It's just very calming and nice. Nope, best of luck to you. I hope you get whatever it is you're interviewing for. Whether it's um, progressive towards career that you want, or schooling, or whichever. Best of luck. Around. How many more ropes do I have? One more tree's worth. There. Nothing else major going on right now, so I think I will continue. Because if we can get rid of unfit, that would be kind of nice. And I've been kind of neglectful on the exercise for a little while, so we'll do exercise for a few in-game hours. One more batch. Oops. Do I see myself dying at one point? Yes, without question, I'm going to die at one point. I'm quite at peace with my mortality in terms of the game as well as in reality. And then in terms of those circles, so the way that I do that is really easy. Um, you just need any object, right? So let's say these sticks, right? And as I'm placing them down, I hold the R button, which is the rotate button, and then I just keep clicking, and eventually you get circles. It's just how I like to put things on the ground. Because I don't know, I like circles. I don't know why I like circles, but I like circles. Sometimes I'll just decorate by putting random items around because it just gives that cluttered, lived-in feel. Um, as opposed to, and then having those in circles, it's you can only put down a certain amount of them though, like before the tile decides, hey, this is too much. The only way you can put down more in a tile is if you drop them on the tile, then you can kind of over encumber a tile, but they do have limits. So it drops them all at once. That's because you're picking them up and you're putting them down by dragging them out of your inventory. You have to select place item and then hold R and you'll rotate. I can't believe I broke all those tree branches. But then I still have the issue. I don't know what you mean. There is no issue with it. Unless you're picking up or putting down too much. Try putting down less. Maybe it's just a skill issue. I don't think it is. I think it's just try putting down less. It wouldn't really be a skill issue because putting items on the ground is not a skill. At least I don't think it's a skill. Now I'm just thinking about people putting down items in a fancy way, and there's actually a skill behind it. Like, because it would make sense that it'd be under like a dexterity thing or what, like, because I'm thinking D&D now, but it'd be like to place items or to catch an item that has fallen kind of thing, right? That kind of, it seems like a dexterity thing. But then if you think about it, like them placing an item down, like just like putting like placing an item down, like a teacup or something, like in a flourished way. Like, maybe there are scaled levels to it, and I just have never thought about it before. Get like a pinky up or something. 10 more in-game days and then winter's done. We'll have cleared winter. Took about 3 streams to do it. Mm-hmm. And then it should start to warm up. It won't start warming up immediately, but it will. At least we'll be out of the winter debuff, so I'll be able to fish up like a ton of fish. We'll be able to start backlogging food, so that'll be solid. So I won't have to fish nearly as often. And then as things warm up, we'll be able to do more each day. So nope, no fish. Yes. Chipstones for days. I just need to keep collecting them. Because we're as soon as summer does or sorry, not summer, spring does finally hit and the temperature does start to go up. Hopefully, it gets up to the 110 range. We can start going out there more proper, and then I can start actually killing zombies on a daily basis again, which will be nice. Because then we can start considering taking over the trailer park. Once the trailer park's been taken over, we'll have a decent amount of loot, at least some loot. And then from there, I can start making pushes for the residential area, where there'll be more loot and more books and more of the things that I want. Because then we'll be able to start thinking about things like power, like generators and cars and strawberries again. What is with strawberries and being a winter food? We seem to like find one or two strawberries. Like we've gotten enough seeds to have like several packs. Like I think we're up to 2 packs now. I would never think strawberries as a winter crop, like at all. Once we can start sieging the zombies, who knows? We might even get a fire axe or some hand axes again, which would be kind of nice. And temperature's gone. There you go. There we go. Oh, there's a branch there. Perfect. So close. A few more thousand to go. Very, very close. Maybe after tomorrow morning fishing, if we still don't catch any fish, we're gonna need to forage up some berries. Get some food. We're basically through winter, though. We're literally on the end of it. Okay, let's carry on. Hundred and some odd. Temperatures bringing back. I tried to not do that. There we go. How long am I going to stream for? It depends on today. I am actually really keen that we will be able to stream for quite a bit over the next few days, because when is my next? I don't have to worry about any anything getting in the way of it, so to speak, for a while, like a week, I think. Double check. Yeah, and then there's going to be because this month's not going to be that busy comparatively to next month. Next month is spring. Spring is like very busy for us. So next month might be a lot less streams, but we'll see. You know, I'll stream as much as I can. I always am like that. Generally speaking, though, just so that you can kind of get an idea. Usually, my minimum is between 5 and 7 hours. That's usually when I go start stream. I'm hoping to do at least 5 hours to 7 hours minimum. Sometimes a little before that, but I mean basically that's what I shoot for. Can I die of eating fish? Like, it's eating fish has nothing to do with your fish skill level. Eating fish is like it's like eating doesn't have anything to do with the fishing. Catching the fish, you want to cook them, but that aside, I mean, you'll be fine. If you don't cook them though, then yeah, you'll probably die of depending on how much of the poison, like it's the raw food that you ate. But there is no sushi in the base game, so you can't just eat raw fish. So, well, no, they're all poison until you cook them. Mushrooms, just there are poison mushrooms that exist, so you just need to be able to tell the difference via having the herbalist trait. You have the herbalist trait, you can, or like you read the herbalist magazine, then you're good for the. But the herbalist magazine gives you the trait, so to be able to tell what's poisonous and what's not in terms of mushrooms and berries. Yeah, you probably like, but it'll tell you. You'll see what's poisonous by. Actually, here I'll show you. I already have angler one. Discard. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. See. Well, like, let's see. The next mushrooms we'll see, if we see mushrooms, will be we'll be able to tell. What does discard a weapon do, by the way? Discard a weapon with the mod, it deletes the weapon. Discard means to delete, usually. Discard might also mean to drop it on the ground, but I don't know that. Discard to me means delete. That's what it means in my head. So you can try it on a weapon that you don't care about, like a broken spear or a spear or something. Because you can always make more spears, right? so long as you have the materials. I mean, it'll give something back if the mod does that. I don't. Normally, when you discard something, though, it deletes it. An example would be discarding stuff in foraging. It just deletes it. Or that's the only case where you can discard, I think. Other than that, it's called deleting the items when you trash them. But yeah, if the mod gives you items back, that's on the mod, not and then I don't know that mod. Like outside my realm. Interesting. What can you do with a sewing kit? I would pick it up if you found it in foraging, because there's a chance that it might have a needle in it. Maybe, I don't know. Sewing kits themselves are just containers. So they're like really bad backpacks. But how do you open them? Just same as the way you open a backpack. Be next to it, and it'll open here, or equip it into primary or secondary, and it'll be accessible. Sewing kits don't have actually a model like backpacks, though. Quick access. So if I don't have a knife on me because of for some reason I broke a knife, or I ran out of knives, I always keep a knife in the campfire just so that I can fillet fish or any other type of meats that I need, whether it's rabbits, birds, mice, rats. Um, and then from there it's I keep the sticks in there so that I can start the fire. Because I'm carrying the notched plank with me, I'm carrying like I do have a notched plank on my person, so I don't keep a notched plank in there. But usually, if I'm playing with fires like this, I'll throw a notched plank in there as well. I won't carry it around with me because the chances of me needing to relight the fire every 2 seconds is unlikely. Because in the base game, I didn't like when I was doing standard time 16, I didn't have to deal with fires this much. Like I would deal with fires very briefly to cook my food, and then that would be it. I would walk away from the fire, or I'd shut it off. I didn't have to chop down entire sections of forest to heat myself so that I don't die. Now, in saying that, I won't die because I don't have the hypothermia kills mod installed. However, I will drop down. You can drop down to 1 HP, and then any other damage source can kill your character at that point. Literally any other damage source. So I don't want to take the chance because this character already has been down to 1 HP before. Um, at the beginning of this playthrough, she was down to 1 HP until I broke the cycle of um, death loop, which was good. Breaking the death loop is annoying sometimes because usually it'll get you killed. Dying breaks the loop, but it is possible to break out of the loop. It's just a bit of a pain. Because you need something to go your way, and most of the time when you're in that loop to begin with, things are not going your way. So, my character was max level fatigued, max level tired, um, and she was sick. No, not without a mod, but there is a mod that exists that let you boil snow. But I don't need it because, water doesn't freeze, so I can just get water from here. Aside from the snow that's falling, I guess but that's not really. It doesn't count. It's like just a winter aesthetic more than it is an actual function. Hopefully, you're having a good day, Sally. He's good. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I was doing less good yesterday because I kind of overdid assisting somebody, and ended up causing my hands to not work right. My hands were like sore and hurting yesterday, so I didn't want to take a chance on this character. Not that Zomboid's that of an intense game. It's not, and I could have played this out, but I just didn't want to take any risks at all. I was like, I'm gonna take a day to rest. Played some Monster Hunter with Emma, which was nice. And Emma basically carries me in that game, which is really interesting. It was good to take a little bit of a break, though. All right, now we'll switch to berry focus here in a second, because do you think 644 tickets is many for your run, or just not that many? Like for me specifically, it's not that many. It's fine. It's like a normal amount, I guess. I'd say for me, my average over the course of my characters would be in the thousands, so four to five digits. Right now, I've had one character get into the triple into the six digits. But generally, I can get into the 10, 20,000 range, no problem. Up to as much as like I think the most character, not counting that other run that I had, was we were in the 20 to 30K range. But yeah, so for me, 6,000, it's not that much. It's okay. I'm playing the game. It's a start. But then again, that changes over time, right? People will have different views on that as they get better at the game. So like, yeah, you died and you only had 64 kills. That's not a. It's not. That's pretty good. Like, I mean, everybody has to start somewhere, right? So it's not like you get better with the combat over time. You'll feel more comfortable and you'll get more kills. And believe me, in the early game, my character doesn't get a whole lot of kills. Like I was sitting at like the 200-300 mark or something like in the early game. It's because my character is very weak though to start. So and I know the limits of a weak character. So as a result, I can kind of push a weak character to their limits, kind of. And as like after that, we can start gaining more and more strength. And as we get more and more strength and fitness, we get more and more capability on fighting. We are able to do more. But yeah, times four population is no joke either. That's a fair amount of zombies. And all it takes is two or three zombies in a bad situation to end a run. That's all it takes. You always have storms. It's like once every 3 days you get a nice day like this. Once in a while, you get a nice clear day for at least part of the day, and then it goes back to storming. I like days like this because they're cozy. Yeah, there is a door on that side. It's good to be aware of it and at least lock it, because if you don't and your zombies have cognition, they'll just open it and come on in. Though they can do that anyways through this window or through that window. Like it's not like my home is impenetrable. Like the zombies can come inside whenever they want. That's one of the reasons why I keep the downstairs furnace lit, is because it's a light source and I can see downstairs when I go downstairs. It's very important so that I can kind of have an idea of if I'm safe doing those sorts of things. Okay, we got enough food. I'm gonna go and work out until. Actually, we should work out in the house. How do you see the entrance door midnight? What do you mean? Like in here, like because of the lip? First off, if there's a zombie in this area here and your character can see it, it'll actually phase the building out a little bit, which is useful. But not always though. Sometimes it doesn't realize it, and your character, maybe the zombie's a blind spot over here, so then it won't. Um, but I see the doorway no problem during the evening, partly because of cat eyes, I guess. That does help. Cat Eyes is really really good. It's a streamer perk though most of the time, but it's still decent to play by yourself. The reason why I'd call it a streamer perk is because it gives the viewing experience a little bit better. It's because you don't need it, but it definitely helps. Okay, let's get our working out on. You don't have them on this run? Yeah, it makes a bit of a world of a difference. Another perk that's really good that's kind of often overlooked would be Eagle Eyes. A lot of people take short sighted, but Eagle Eyes are actually pretty good. Like they increase your cone by vision during the day, and it's really really nice. Only 8 more days to go. How close are we on this? Okay. Ooh, that's a warm day for winter. I don't remember finding this strawberry. Okay. All right, I am going to be right back. One more. Well, we depends. Anyways, BRB. Okay. All right. Let's carry on. Hello. Hopefully you're well, having a good day. Oops. Not long now. Just a little over a week. And then we'll be done. One in-game week and a little bit. Wow. Done the cryo winter part. Cryo spring. Yeah, we'll be finally out of cryo winter and into cryo spring, which I expect is going to be cold, but not as cold as cryo winter. it'll start to warm up. Yeah, you get used to it though. I'm gonna be excited to go back to like standard temperatures after this round. It'll be a flip though, because I'll be like, okay, well now I don't need to wear any layers. What are normal temperatures? Like, it's been so long since I've seen normal temperatures. Normal temperatures in the game though are like, I don't know, not negative. That alone. Oh, normal temperature for no, I mean like I meant normal temperatures for the game, like not cryo winter. I've never played on cryo winter on anything but this. This is the only way I've played cryo winter. I suppose the other modes of cryo winter are fairly similar, right? They're just slightly warmer. Basically, I jumped directly into the deep end of the pool. But that's not unheard of for me. I don't mind that. And the game did kick my butt quite a bit in the beginning, but now I'm okay. We are even. I wouldn't say we're thriving. I'd say right now we're surviving. We're not quite thriving yet. We'll be thriving later. What am I going to do when I die in this world? Because it's not if I die, it's when I die. But yeah, I will start another run. I don't know if I'll do Cryo Winter again, though. We'll see. I want to beat Ravencreek, but that's if I die, which is like, or when I die. We'll see. If I die before build 42 comes out, is the wording that I would use. But I will probably die, for sure. You always do. That is a zomboid constant. Or do you have to? Well, there's going to be a lot of new stuff, so and the mod might not be compatible. Like a lot of mods are going to need to be reworked and redone, and it's going to probably cause a lot of problems. It's going to be a lot. There is going to be a lot added to the game. It's going to be basically like a new game. I'm going to let my character sleep in today, and we'll do evening fishing. She's going to miss fishing. I knew she would, but Okay, there. There we go. Get myself back up. Yeah, it will get colder. That's the whole point of the mod is that it will eventually reach a point where it's like really really cold. But you'll get to enjoy it. It is really fun. Okay. Let's start. Okay, perfect. How do you remove the trash from the ground? You can pick it up and then throw it away, but I like keeping it around because it increases the odds of foraging trash, which secretly is one of the ways to level up foraging. Well, it's not secret, but it is a good way to level up foraging is by trash. But yeah, like Otto said, it picks up like foraging. But yeah, it's not a secret, I guess. It's more just a useful tidbit. Trash objects have one, they're cool decorative. They're cool in a decorative sense, but they're also really good XP for foraging. Trash in the house acts like a container. You mean this trash bin? I brought this in here so that I could throw things away and delete them, so I don't have to deal with stuff. That's different. This is a trash bin that you can delete stuff in. Um, the trash on the ground doesn't act like a container. Unless you have a mod that makes it act like a container. I don't think it does. I'll go check right now because I've got trash directly next to me. Like there's trash here as well as there's trash down there. But we'll check this trash here. Yeah, see, no, it doesn't act like a container. So that sounds like it's a mod. How am I enjoying the intense temperatures? I think that they're interesting. It definitely taught me a lot about temperature and like how to just deal with it. How are you, by the way? Are you doing good? Are things good for you? Hopefully they improved since last time. They're doing great? Okay, that's good. I'm glad. I'm gonna chop down 2 more trees. And then we can go to fishing. One, 3, 1, 4. I'm glad that you're doing okay, though. Oh, my chat's connecting, so that means that it's probably lagging. It's back. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to grab half of these and dump them here. Sit on the ground, get some rest in, and then we'll head out. Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate it. Get a sip of my tea. Sorry, it's lots of Ace Attorney back to back. Made me check the playlist to make sure it was still on shuffle. It's like, I don't know if these two were back to back, but that's just weird. Sometimes playlists are like that though. You'll hear like a couple of songs that are back to back. You'll be like, wait a second, those are like in line on the list. That's a coincidence. I didn't chop too many trees. I chopped the right amount of trees. And actually, I could do with chopping more. Get back at the trees a little bit for taking people's characters. Any character that's ever died from a neck laceration, it's for you. Well, no, I spent 3 months of the seven, basically fishing, foraging, doing fitness. The wall. We built the wall for a little bit, which was kind of fun. So I guess that would be kind of considered fortify. Many Fs: fitness, fortify, fishing, foraging. Many Fs in a row. Mm-hmm. Question. First of all, hello, how am I? I'm doing okay. Is that a mod that makes it so cold, or did you reset? No, no. This is a mod. This is a mod called Cryo Winter. It's sort of a popular mod from what I understand. But when I was coming back from vacation, I threw a poll up to ask my folks there what they would like me to be doing, just out of curiosity to see if, like, I mean, we go back to the wall run, we do sprinters, I try something different and new, or we try some of the old. The two biggest votes were cast on doing a modded map. So I chose Ravencreek as the modded map, and then the other half was people wanting to see Cryo Winter. So I set Cryo Winter to its hardest, and we've been doing Cryo Winter plus times 16 plus 0 to hero plus Raven Creek. So all at once in one sort of challenge. And this is my 102nd character. Um, we've had two characters reach for months. The rest of the characters died within like the first couple weeks, for the most part. But two characters have managed to make it to one nearly winter or like cusp of winter, and this character's made it further than winter now, almost. Like we're 5 days away from the end of winter, so that'll be nice to kind of finish off Cryo Winter's winter, and then we'll move on to. Well, I'm not going to disable Cryo Winter. It's still going to be around. It's just the coldest temperatures will have made it through. So, minus 160, minus 170. Oh, jeez. Got your ass kicked by a kidney stone. Oh, that's terrible. Hopefully you're doing okay, though. I've never had a kidney stone, but I would assume they're very painful. Hopefully you're doing okay. Yeah, Coaster's been back on the stream. Thank you very much for the subscription. 7 months. Jeez. It's been a journey. You ended up going to the hospital. I remember you saying you just came out of the hospital, so I'm glad that you're doing okay. They gave you morphine. Oh, morphine's a little bit of a hard one. I had morphine at one point in time. Or not morphine. What did I have? Vicodin, I think it was called. It was interesting. It was because I had my wisdom teeth that come out, though. I got them pulled out. That stuff is, like, ridiculous. Alright. Well, I mean, you probably should make sure to be healthy in what you're drinking, kind of. Kind of healthy. I hear cranberry juice is really good for that kind of stuff, but I don't know for sure. It's one of those things that it might be a myth. I drink a lot of water, but I also drink a lot of teas, so I don't know. I'd be kind of worried to get that kind of stuff. I heard it's very painful. But I'm glad you're doing okay. Kudos. Hopefully you don't have to go back to the hospital. It's always a pain to go there. You drink a lot of pop and energy drinks? That's probably what did it. Soda is a big, big one on that. And I bet you energy drinks are no stranger to it either. There's a lot of sugar in energy drinks. No, stones are not from sugar? Okay, well that's good. Calcium. That's fair. What did Ruby say to that? I bet you it was either one of two. I could imagine one of two outcomes. Either Ruby says okay, or Ruby's like, seriously. Yeah, uh, yeah. I was expecting the. Okay, so she said no. Did you listen? You got a Gatorade instead. Electrolytes and whatnot, yeah? That's good. Thankfully, usually I'll go for tea. I have had a few energy drinks in my time, but not very many, thankfully. Well, not entirely true. There was a stint of my life where I was drinking energy drinks more, but thankfully that little time period passed, so I drink less now than I did then. I drink a lot of tea though, to the point where Emma was like, "You're having another cup?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." So I should probably ease back on my tea intake just a smidge, but it's so good. It's hard. Oh, hello, zombies. Look, there's zombies in my game. And just when I thought there were none anymore. Not true, I didn't think there were none. And remember, I've killed 6k of them so far. So it's not like I haven't been putting in the time and the effort. Okay, so that's good. Oh, that doesn't sound good at all in terms of what they thought it was. I'm glad that it turned out that it wasn't that. I need to get inside. Because the movement speed debuff is so bad. Okay, I'll tell you what. You zombies, you're not going to relax there. You're going to see me through the window. Okay. Run away! Top speed! No. That's literally as fast as I go. Okay. Best of luck, yeah. Gonna go to shop. Okay. Best of luck. There we go. Get my heat back. Where did the zombies come from? Migration into my cell, probably through meta, is what I'm going to say. They probably migrated in, and or sorry, they meted it. They meted in and then migrated around. So like those gunshots and stuff that we've been hearing in the background, those are what pulled the zombies into this cell. And then from there, migration kicks in every 6 hours. So they've been wandering gradually into my area. There we go. Stone axes, though, are absolutely phenomenal. Because of the lumberjack trait, I'm able to have attack speed even when you don't have attack speed. The cold debuffs screw your attack speed really, really hard and your movement speed. So having the extra attack speed from Axeman just makes it so much better. Yeah. I'm glad Nico's okay. It's always terrible when you hear one of your friends have to go to the hospital. I don't want anybody in anybody to have to deal with that nonsense. Because pain sucks. It really does. It can kind of make you appreciate not being in pain, though. Like when you're feeling healthy and good, having had pain, it ends up being, you know, that's good. Yeah, they say kidney stones is one of the most painful things in life. There's like a handful of things that are on a list of most painful, and kidney stones is up there. There's like a particular type of jellyfish sting, there's childbirth, there's kidney stones, there's and I know that some of these things are more painful than others, but I'm just like on a list of like pain thresholds. Like they're all on the same lists, kind of. What is it that there's? I think is it porcupine's needles as well? No, those might be a little bit. I know there's a particular jellyfish that exists that does that though. Right? It's a jellyfish thing. I don't remember. They're all different, like types of pain though, and that's the thing is that you can't really compare pain. It doesn't really. Oh, one hurts, but the other one is like, it's just it's not comparing pain is not something that's doable. Different types. All right, let's rest, and then we'll do some exercise. Okay, we can put you there. We managed to get some more kills, which is nice. Let's get some exercise on the go. Yeah. I didn't miss Duke, did I? I'm pretty sure I said hi to Duke. If I didn't, I'm saying it now. I'm sorry if I didn't. I did acknowledge you in my head at the very least, if I didn't say it out loud. Let's grab you. Separate you. And let's go fishing. Because we are almost done. These long winter months are now almost over. Less than a week in game. Yeah, getting my wisdom teeth out sucked. But yeah, I figure that the zombies probably came over from the trailer park area after that gunshot meta event. They would have walked into the cell on the one side and then they would migrate over to where I'm at. But it would take them time to get here. They're not going like fast. They're going at standard fast shambler wandering speed, which is fairly slow. How close are we? Oh, we're at 300. We should be able to pop that before winter ends, which is nice. So when we're out of winter, we won't be out of unfit anymore, or out of shape. I mean, we'll be free of the vices of zero. No more bad traits. I wonder if that's something that they'll invent in the future. Maybe. There we go. I should heat up first, and then we'll go check that field to the right, just to make sure that it stays clear, because I don't want to deal with zombies coming from behind. This area is starting to really fill up with trees. Okay. Now we power walk ourselves back to the house, warm up again. I really can't wait until we're a little bit stronger with axes. Just a little bit. Won't be long either. It'll be like fairly quick. We're at what? Nearly level 8 axes. With wolves hunting you too? That would be neat if they do add wolves. I don't know if they're going to, but it would be cool if they did. It would be very interesting if they had like a wolf or like bears, those kinds of things. But I mean, it would probably. Are there wolves and bears in Kentucky? Because they would probably try and keep it like based around Kentucky, kind of. I suppose there probably are. Okay, let's see. I don't think wolves were in Kentucky. Maybe not even now? Okay, well, if there weren't wolves in Kentucky, then there probably won't be wolves in Kentucky. Maybe they have another predator that's in Kentucky that would hunt the deer? Because if it would be based like that, is how my mind would work on it. In terms of, like, yeah, sure, it doesn't need to be realistic, but, like, I mean, bears. Okay, so big bears. It'd still be kind of cool. See bears roaming around. I'll come back to you, fire, in a bit. Just want to go and throw away some of this stuff. More specifically, the broken axe. Don't have to travel far, it's just right here. 4 more days, and then we're done with winter. And catching fish becomes significantly easier. As well as nature's abundance will be more, and we'll be able to find some other things, maybe, that aren't winter related. Like, we'll be able to get, like, eggs and other crops that are not strawberries, apparently. I didn't realize how potent strawberries really were. Unpack the water. All right. 2 on the ground for a sec. Put the rest in. And last rest in before we go and fish. Dang. This is a pretty good fishing day. Well, let's find out. That's another meta event. Probably won't see zombies right away, but maybe. It is going to be having tugged quite a bit. I don't know, how much do we figure is left in that trailer park? It is times 16 and it's attached to Ravencreek, so I would assume there's got to be at least a few thousand there, but would they actually be in the realm of 10,000? I don't think so. Maybe combining the cells beside them, they would be like 20 or more. Hard to say. I don't know. I'd have to look at a pop map. I think Karumi sent me a pop map for Ravencreek one time, like a long time ago. Three more days. We're free of Winter's Vice. It is really interesting to see the effect of a player on an area. Same in like Minecraft or any other like sandbox style game. The area always looks so different when you come when you like when you if I were to restart and come back here. I needed better access to the side of this campfire because of winter. That's why. These particular location is not it's not as good for accessing the sides of it. And I didn't want to move the campfire again, so I was like, okay, I need to be able to access it on the side, so we'll put it over here. How's my weight? So actually, before we go, I'm gonna spam exercise a bit just to finish off because we're like really close, aren't we? Yeah, we're like a couple hundred XP away. Yeah, well, not a couple hundred, but there we go. We are no longer unfit. Unfit is done. We're good. We are a normal character. Put out that fire. Our stamina is now decent. we'll have a little bit more to work with in our pool now. Yay, chipstones. Alright, other stone. Really pleased though. We've managed to keep our chipstones coming in, which is good. Hey Bert, how you doing? How goes the stuff? Hopefully you're having a good day. Cabbages. That is something I wish I had. Because then I wouldn't have to think about the like the hunger part of my food. Cabbages. Unfortunately, I can't grow them outside. I would need to grow them inside, specifically because of a restriction I have on myself. You're a bunch of tea lovers. Me too. I really like tea. And I even have a command that's all about tea. Tell people what I'm drinking. Yes, tea indeed. Mm, yep. And I'm gonna try to update that whenever I change beverages, if I remember. Yes, raid indeed. Get a little bit of heat. Yes, no problem. I do very much enjoy having your company, as well as it is good to see you around. Playing a lot of the other stuff on top of playing Zomboid. You've been playing like a lot of other things. which is always good. You like my emotes? I'm glad. Oh, of course. I've actually played a little bit with Bert before. Multiplayer stuff. I don't remember. Did we ever end up playing Lethal Company? I don't remember. I think we may have. Maybe. Probably not. I don't think you played Labyrinthine with me. We definitely play some of the same friends games. Yeah, I'm sure it will. You were totally on time this time, Chelsea. 100%. Just like every other time. Okay, let's see. How are we for fuel? Exactly. Gandalf of Raids. I'm having a good day, though. I really am looking forward to 3 more. Oh, geez. 5 tier 5. 5 tier 1. Okay. Thank you very much for the sub, anonymous gifter. Well, everybody enjoy your, you know, ad-free viewing and your emotes. Frog emotes for all. Do appreciate you, anonymous gifter. Yes, new emotes. I do indeed have the new emotes, and I'm really loving them. They're great. They're very me, which is what I wanted. I wanted emotes that were of my own. Because the batch set, I've been told that somebody else purchased that batch set of frog emotes recently, like not recently, but like a few months ago. And I was like, I have the same emotes as someone else. It's a little bit awkward. It's like, okay, finally, I have got my own. And somebody gifted a sub to Chelsea as well. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. I'm still taking a knee through winter. But yes, everybody enjoy your frog emotes as well as, ad-free viewing, which is always nice. Nobody likes ads. Anonymous gifter. Good old UN Owen. There we go. Get a little bit of rest. This foraging and fishing. I really can't wait to start fighting. That's an F that I haven't had the pleasure of doing aside from loose straggler zombies in a while. A little bit more winter though, and then I can break my cycle of foraging, fishing, fitness, and fortifications. Too many Fs. Can do with that without a few Fs. Mm. Yeah, thank you again, anonymous gifter. I do sincerely appreciate it. Like when people don't have to watch the ads. And then also the frog emotes. Frog emotes are the best. Okay, I'm going to go over here and sit next to the fire. And speed up and warm myself. You don't mind ads? That's good. I don't mind them either. Like, kind of. Like, I mean, sometimes they make no sense and it bothers me. That said, though, I understand why they exist. Like, so, like, I mean, it's like commercials back in the old days of TV. You like my new emotes? I do appreciate that. It is a smidge annoying though when ads break your flow of consciousness. But I mean, there's if there was something that I could do about it, I would. But yeah, I already do the best that I can, which is I give subs the no ads, and then also I post the thingy when people ask about it. I'm not gonna make soup this time, or do we already make soup? I already made soup. Okay, we're good. Put you out. Okay, equip that in both hands. Let's eat this. We'll drink the soup tonight when we're like getting ready for bed. I really enjoyed the last time I had fish. Last time I had fish, it was with Emma. Although the fact that there were still bones in the fish, kind of like a little bit less keen, because I'm always scared about those bones because they're very small and thin. But I did very much enjoy it. The taste was good. It's been a while since I've had that though. Little while. Okay, let's light this. Unpack the water and repack the water. So for those that are curious why I keep making myself thirsty is because thirst is actually a mechanic you can use to help your temperature. It is nice. Helped out a lot in the early game and mid game so far. Doesn't help when it's minus 70 though. For some reason. Might be that temperature's too cold, but I don't know. Probably. Two more days. Two more days. And then we're free. Okay, I will put this stuff back in after. Okay, let's light you. Hello. There we go. Hello. Okay. To go. We should actually be still gaining weight. Decent. So now we have. I need to put wood on the fire and then. Because there's still about 2 days, a little bit over 2 days worth of wood on that fire right now. So, but I want to keep it lit. I kind of wish there was an add one at a time feature to this, but because the auto feature doesn't work if your weight capacity is higher than or sorry, if it weighs more, like it'll cut off the action and you'll just stand there. Green. There's a zombie outside, by the way. And they opened the window. Dang it, why can't you behave yourself? Come here. Okay. Couple more. How many trees is that? I think it's 7. Let's see. Yeah, 7 trees. Mm-hmm. We are cold. And we're not cold anymore. So, not much. I'm chopping down trees for wood. We're actually almost through winter. We're literally like at the edge of winter now. 2 more days. How does winter work? So winter starts in December and goes until February, and then at March 1st it's over. It's just a sort of a time frame where abundance is less and fishing is worse, and the temperature drops. Of course, my winter is a little bit different than the standard because we're playing cryo winter, so it's like negative, well, between negative 150 and negative, well, actually, let's say 140 and negative 170 degrees Celsius. So it's like really, really cold. A little different. Yeah, it is a little different. That's how I would put it, anyways. A little bit colder, slightly, ever so slightly colder. But standard vanilla winter is you got to put on a coat, pretty much. Wear a coat. Wear slightly warmer clothes. Even on like the coldest settings in vanilla, it's like it can be sort of combated with clothing. And if you're really cold, you can go inside for a bit, warm up, go back out. Corpse sickness helps as well a little bit, but you never made it to winter. I mean, it's doable. You just got to keep at it. Just takes practice. That's all. Practice and survival. Yes, indeed. How many are left? 3. 3 more trees. Which Bakamatai? Yeah, it's okay. I have a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, it's lumberjacks cut trees. That's what we are. We're a lumberjack, and we're okay, I think. I wonder where the term comes. A lumber is a term. It's probably well, to look at the two words, and you could look at the two words and figure out a meaning from that. Lumber as in wood, and then jack as into steel. So lumberjack, wood stealer. But in theory, like I don't actually think that's the origin of the term. I don't know what the origin is. I don't. I'm not really up to snuff on etymology, which I think it's etymology on a lot of things. You'll Google it later. Sounds like you plan. Jack of all trades makes sense too. Yeah, that did cross my mind. But for some reason, lumber stealer just seems kind of more fun. But yeah, lumber technician. Look at that, we caught 3 fish. Wandering off into the hostile IRL for a few hours. Hate to go. Oh, no worries. It's okay. You have fun and be safe and have an adventure. Enjoy. We will see you when you get back. I'm sure. At some point. That seems kind of neat, though. Okay, you can be in my hands. Meanwhile, you can be in here. How are you doing? Should be in the hundreds. Yeah, 183. That's good. We do not need to think about that for a little while. I'll light this one and have myself a nap in game. And this is the second last day of winter. Hooray. And then we'll be free of winter's tyranny. No more winter. The debuff will be gone from fishing. Abundance will be back on foraging, which is going to be kind of nice. Not that we really noticed it, but like in same for fishing. Like fishing, we noticed it for sure because like when you don't have the winter debuff, fishing is like crazy. How do I know what month I'm in? It says right here, February 27th. Also, I could do the math if I really wanted to on day month based on my start date, but I'm not going to do that because it's not necessary because it's up here. Yes. Well, no. In this particular playthrough, flowers will never be visible. Birds might chirp, but I'm under the impression that all Project Zomboid birds are dead secretly. They just don't know it until they get into a stick trap. That reminds me, I haven't seen any. I haven't actually. Is there birds visible in the playthrough or like in the previews? I didn't see any, but I could have just missed them. Why is there a spoon behind your name? Oh, because somebody gifted you a sub. You got a subscription, which means you have access to all the emotes and you don't have ads anymore. Ad-free viewing, and you're now you get emotes for a month. It's nifty. These very kind folks do that sometimes. They'll wander around and they'll give gifts to people. Those wonderful people. Yeah. Yeah, you get both. No ads and emotes. That's the benefit. The benefit of being a sub. And I've got another emote that's coming soon that I want it to be like for runs that die. Because I like candles and I am very much excited for it. Candles are one of my favorite things, kind of for. I don't know. I just like candles. I guess I'm weird like that. I just like the way that candles interact with the environment and the way they are. Sort of tone. Here we go. Perfect. There we go. We actually might, before winter's end, we'll be perfect weight. That'd be nice. Exactly 80. If I could bring it up to like 81, 82, that would be perfect. Those are kind of emotes for a death. I mean, kind of. You're right. But for me, I want to honor the fallen. So if it's not just my death, like I mean, if it's someone else's death, I want to be able to honor that. So lighting a candle seems like a kind of a nice sort of thing to do. So I'm very excited. It's not going to be an animated one, but it's going to be still. And then my plan is to put it on like a follower emote, so that nobody has to sub for it. They can just have it in my chat. I like that idea. Probably let it replace the. Oh, I don't know which one it would replace. Probably the star. I like the star, but at the same time, I will put the star down to the other kind of emote. That star actually is oh, huh? Who is it? Hello? No visitors. No soliciting. Get arrested. Okay. Good. Go, go, go. Look how nice it is. It's such a nice day. I like when days are like this. Pretty, peaceful. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's run back, drop these off. Perfect. Hello. Made a new friend. We're so close to being able to just go. 155. So it is starting to warm up, I think. Maybe. Like to believe. Part of me would very much like to believe it's warming up. I just want to not have the attack speed buff be so hampering. It's so much to deal with. And the game is like a large percentage combat, and Cryo Winter hits you in the combat stats. It's like because I can deal with the cold part. Like the cold part doesn't bother me. It's the attack speed and the movement speed that are the worst part. Maybe we'll get some actual heat stations going soon. We'll go here just a bit. Definitely seen a zombie there. Okay, that should be enough. Any zombies in here and in there should make their way onto the path a little bit. Yeah, I'm not playing around with the combat speed modifier. If I could not have the jacket on as well, that would be kind of nice. But we don't have the choice. Like, I mean, if we get a padded jacket, I'm wearing that for sure. But that's the dream. Not having to deal with insulation like combat modifiers. Thankfully, the long leather jacket doesn't hit you that hard. Like, it's not too bad, but it still affects you. Okay, let's give a quick look around for some more chipstones, and then we go fishing, and then we'll be on winter's last day, and it's official. We will have crested out of winter. No more winter, at least for not for another few months in games. So that'll be kind of nice. I might come back out here for the next winter too, but we'll see. You never know. Things may evolve. My character may die in between now and then, or maybe not. Maybe we'll have a better base that's warmer and more comfy. This area is not terrible though, so that's kind of nice. It's been good to us. It is a comfy area. Hello. Yes. What is that? Cooking Volume 1. I don't have this. Nice. Cake batter, pie dough, chocolate chip cookies. Nice. We can make cookies. If we happen to forage the ingredients to make cookies, we can make cookies and pies and cakes. The likelihood of foraging those ingredients is unlikely, but I mean, we can hope. The egg part we can get. That's easy to forage. But, getting the other particulars is not as easy. So that's the third magazine we found out here in the middle of nowhere. Usually people seek to the city POIs. Okay, so yes, but I was forced out here by times 16. So I agree. Yes, you are right. But like I can't stay in the city. It's death in there. So while yeah, I am kind of making my own path. It's true. Um, Winter never ends. Oh no, that's true. I guess. Uh, Thank you for the reminder. By the way, Gabe, it is true. On a run like this, winter doesn't end. But I mean, it at least the time of it ends. We are nearly there, though. 2 more in-game days. Let's heat up. I am gonna need to chop some wood on this side. So you just mess with my sign. I'm okay with you messing with my sign. Today's been a good day so far. We're like really close to that lovely end of winter and end of fishing debuff. Then I can sort my weight out a little bit, and then from there we just wait. And we're almost at the point where it's gonna start to heat up. So once it starts heating up, we'll be good. I just need to be patient. Patience is key. I've been patient up to this point. There we go. Have one log there. Normal for Ravencreek is like 7 times West Point. So wait, how many popular? I guess no, I can't ask that. I'm not supposed to. I'm not gonna. Okay, I was gonna ask a question, but that directly will spoil part of the fun for me. I'm not gonna ask it. There's fun to be had. Yeah, I'll find out later. No worries, no worries. You didn't spoil anything for me. I was about to spoil things for me because I was going to ask, and in theory, you would answer, and that would be my bad because it's like you would just be sating my curiosity that I'm, which is not your fault at all. It's my own thoughts. Okay, but I do like that. That's kind of cool that it's like it's harder than West Point because after I'm done settling this score with this place, I don't know what I'm gonna do next. Actually, do you avoid or wait? Not yeah. Don't give me any like landmarks or anything. Some people come in and they're like, "Oh, you're close to here." I'm like, "Okay, well, I mean, but no, not too many spoilers. Like if I'm gonna wander into a dead end, don't spoil it. I deserve to find that one out on my own." Do you use the Eagle Eyes trait? Not this time, but I think the Eagle Eyes trait is one of those traits that's kind of like overlooked. It's definitely better than people would give it credit for. Did you go down the other dirt path from this cabin? No, kind of. Eagle Eyes is the trait that I would think that is kind of like an underrated trait. It's a good trait. It really is. Its cost is a little high for what it is, but it is a really good trait. Um, Anyways, I went from here is this place I spawned, um, and then I just sort of ran out this way and down here, and then all the way to here. And this is where I started my first little bit. You did it. It's clearing. It's the clearing with the W fire marker. What? Where? This one? Because I didn't go down this one. I kind of just like straight across to the river. And then once I hit the river, I walked around the river and made it like came here. It's above the SH. There's the SH. SH. Above the SH. Safe house. Oh, this. No, I didn't come in here. This is a burned area that has like ashes that spell out the word alive. I really like this. Sorry, safe house. Yeah, no, I should have figured that out. But I was like looking on the screen for an SH. But it's neat. I like the lore aspects of this area, and then I like the other little lore aspects that I've seen for other things. So like I'm appreciating things as we go. I've been sieging the trailer park though right now because I feel like that's the best option. Also, last time I had the trailer park bother me while I was here. And I was with my other character. I was sieging the factory that's up here. There's a factory up here. I cut through the trees this way and was actually utilizing this little opening bit that's beside a fence. And I went up and I was sieging this factory. and then winter arrived, and I ended up having to back off, come back down here, and it was at that point that zombies kind of attacked me, and then I died to corpse sickness because I made a mistake with corpse sickness. I had a little room that I made, and then I put a roof on, and then I went to sleep in it. Well, there was corpses outside, and it didn't count as an inside, so I messed up because I recently had burned down my house. So in that playthrough, and so that character ended up dead. But then we've got this character now, and this character's been doing pretty good. She's cut way more trees than the other one did, like a lot more, like way more. She is like the tree destroyer. Like in the other playthrough, I cut some trees, but in this playthrough, no, we like tore out half that. Like, um, like here. Well, you probably know what this area looked like before, right? And look, the cabins area and this area, they're like I've connected them, and then I've carved a path out here. The original path is over there that travels up that way, but I cut a path through the trees here, and it just goes straight shot right to the river. Because this connects to this path. This is the path that goes to the horizontal bit before the hiking path, and then I like trees gone. And it's been great. But yeah, I didn't get to go inside that factory. Um, there was too many zombies, and they didn't seem to be letting up. Like they seemed to be actually getting worse, is what it looked like. So I'm looking forward to sieging that area after I'm done with the trailer park. But you may never know. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna guess that you're like Karumi and you really like this map. Karumi loves this map, and that's why this map was on the list of things like to do. I combined it with the Time 16. I didn't include the sprinters like Kurumi wanted though, because I know that I'm not ready for combining Time 16 with sprinters. That is a nightmare sort of thing. I can maybe do like I wouldn't be able to do Ravencreek on times 8 or any of those, but like I probably can do times 8 Riverside on sprinters, maybe even times 10 if I were to really push. And like I would have to try and make sure that I spawn in the trailer park so that I have the easier sort of boons, because that trailer park run went for quite a while. But optimally, yeah, follow the bodies. That's fair. I figure there's got to be a lot of folks that really like this map, and I mean it's really cool so far. Like I really like the little details they go into. I can't wait to see the proper map once I actually get past the trailer park. We get past the residential area, then I'll actually get to see some parts of it. Get back to my spawn house just for fun. Yeah, it'll be cool to experience the map for real. Right now, I sorted out the zero to hero part, so we're no longer a zero. We're 5-5, or well, we're 5-6 now. Sprinting's doing fairly good. We're nearly level 4 nimble. Like we're doing okay combat stats wise. I mean, we could be doing better, but how many game hours have you been in this part of the map? Game hours? I'd have to like crunch the numbers on that. Real life hours. Like yeah, like I said, I'd have to crunch the numbers on it. I don't know. Uh that's one of those things that I would have to go back in the VODs to see where my character was crafted, and then from there I would cross that with the amount of time we've streamed, and then each VOD after that I would just add the VODs together, and that would be pretty much the time I've spent on this character. Somebody said that it was in the ballpark of 150 hours, something like that, which seems right to me. Something like that. I don't know exactly. Yeah, me too. I like to look at things and be like, okay, well, what was the map create? Well, I'll look at it like that. What was the map creator intending here? Like, is it supposed to be a story? Is there something deeper? And I like to think about it a little bit. I go, okay, alive inside. Well, they're not anymore. They're the same folks that burned that on the alive sign over there, right? But at this area, you can see there is two gravestones and a kiln. Now, kiln is probably a gravestone as well. So three people died here. And if you looked at the amount of tents that were here before, you can kind of start to get a picture of how many people were here, because one tent per person, right? And then so those ones, so that and then three people have died. There were survivors here in these two houses, right? This house has a bunk bed in the top. This one has a bed that's in the side. Um, it's interesting. I expect that these cabins and that little camping area were linked, and same for the burn in the field. It's definitely an interesting kind of thought. Okay, I want to read this magazine. Okay, let's read the magazine. Okay, and burn the magazine. There we go. Okay, we're good. That's true. Because some people could have slept on chairs, or people could have alternated sleeping. Like they could be sleep when one person sleeps, and then another person wakes up and goes. You know, and they're just trying to survive the post-apocalypse. That's the cool part so far that I'm seeing about Ravencreek is that while West Point and a lot of the other cities seem like cities that got hit with the apocalypse, aside from Burnt Town is an exception. Um, they got hit with the apocalypse, but they were still like normal, like kind of like they didn't there's not signs of panic. There's not signs of they people just doing their thing. Raven Creek seems not the same in that regard. It seems like there was much panic, that things did not go good, especially in that military area that I spent brief amounts of time in. It just looks like chaos, and I can appreciate that. This place looks like there were people and zombies, as opposed to just people and then suddenly just zombies. There was a mixture. Like they were trying to fight them off. They were trying their best. People doing the best they can. And then failing, because that's what happens in these kinds of games, is they fail. Because that's I might be your new favorite. Well, I mean, I do appreciate that. There's a lot of great people on the platform that also do the same kind of stuff. I like it. It's neat. Makes me smile. His effort's been put in, clearly. I'm curious what's going to happen in the future when Build 42 comes out, and I know that they're going to update. They've already said they are, but I'm curious how it's gonna turn things on its head. Hopefully, it won't be too much of a hassle. Okay, let's have a sit. I need to chop down 2 trees. One. Okay. Hmm? That's silly. Clout. Can't replace that. That's true. Everybody has sort of their unique sort of spin on things. Those kinds of terms are always weird. Can you change the speed of your stop, or when your speed stops when there is a zombie nearby? What does that mean? Because the zombies just stop your, like, if you're doing times 4, let's say, when or times 2 or 3 or whatever, and a zombie shows up, it immediately sticks it to times 1. But it's based on your, if, like, when they get into your radius. So keen hearing will give you a little bit more time. Um, but so, like, if you've got right normal or hard of hearing, they're the same. Sometimes it's too late for you. In what way? Like, to react? Like, if you're using power, like speed walking or something? That's one of the reasons why I don't really do the speed walking very often is because I don't need to. Usually, just running around is good. There we go. Sometimes I'll do the speed walking, but it's only when I'm really. Usually it's because I'm bored and I just want to carry on, which is it's a bad reason to speed up time. Genuinely, it's a bad reason to speed up time, and you probably shouldn't. You know, it's safer to do everything on one times. Certain things, though, I don't like doing on one times. Like, it just varies. Certain things. So, like, cutting up food, I don't like doing it on one times. Same with eating. It just seems to take too long. I do it on one times if I'm walking, though. Welcome to the last day of winter. We go home, we sleep, we wake up, and that's it. Winter is survived. And we get to watch the temperature start to rise. It'll be gradual, it's not going to be instant, but we will be able to start sieging the trailer park again very soon. I am so excited to not have to stay in the same area. No longer be trapped by the bitterest of colds. Happy spring? That's it. We made it. March 1st. And there's no fanfare, of course. Winter was designed to make people change their mind. In my mind, its season changes were designed to make people sick. Because you go from whatever temperature you were at to something worse, and things change, like flowers start to release pollens, and or you know snow goes away and leaves behind its dust residue. It's like season changes are very much the reason why people get sick. But also other diseases and germs. Human beings being somewhat complex. Oh, we're going to see the difference right now. The difference between February and March. We caught more shoes, you see. That's the difference. We did catch more fish, though, overall. Kind of. Because 3 or 4 fish are like a really good day. POIs in my area. I think you're messing with me. Because I'm pretty sure I've been through this whole area. Or, well, this whole foresty region. Or at least this cell. I know this cell fairly well. I've been through a lot of this cell. You can't tell me that I don't know. I've seen this cell a lot. That's true, I guess. I'm not gonna go wandering in the woods looking for mysterious oddities. Not right now, anyways. Because I'm a little bit wise to time 16, and I know that that's a death sentence waiting to happen. Okay, we can put that fire out. Put you in our bag. Well, there are good bacterias and bad bacterias that your body works with that sort of provide you with a like good like balance. Do not wander into the woods. I don't intend to wander into the woods. Not right now, anyways. I need to wait for the temperature to come down just a smidge more. As much as it does suck that it is March, it's officially spring, and we kind of are still doing the exact same thing, I'm patient enough that it should come down eventually. In terms, or sorry, go up eventually in terms of temperature. So we should be able to start our siege soon. If it can get up to like 110, I can deal with 110. Because right now we can't really, because dealing with 110, I can utilize corpse sickness and thirst to give me an extra little bit of temperature. You're using big words that you never thought you'd use. That's not true. You totally knew you were going to use those words. Otherwise, you wouldn't know them. They would be mysterious words to you that you've never thought about before. But yeah, those kinds of things are always interesting. I just want to peek. I just want to peek. Nah. You're gaining too many brain cells. Reactivating what was once lost. Nah. It's nice having that kind of stuff, though. The the bacterias, I mean. I still think that that's probably the key to defeating cancer once and for all. Is finding a very particular symbiosis with some kind of. There's some interesting research going on with cancer right now. I'm glad that you know how to take a joke. That's good. The I'm hoping that those kinds of diseases get like removed because we don't really need them that badly anymore. A lot of other diseases we could be focusing our time on, like new ones that are cropping up. There we go. Get some rest. You can find the article. Oh, if you do, feel free to post it in the gallery. It's a good place to see those kinds of things. Of course, but like I mean, maybe not. I could see them making that kind of stuff like free as a sort of like a humanitarian kind of thing. At least I'd like to believe. Because let's be honest, that stuff sucks and is just it's more of a blight than anything. It should just be stamped out. Similar to the older diseases that used to be very much like everywhere, and now you don't really hear about them nearly as often, like plague and measles and polio. Like you still hear about them very, very occasionally, but not really, which is good. I hope that happens to cancer as well. That it becomes one of those things that's just fading away. We're almost there on the wait. I can't wait. We're so close. Should be able to forage for a little bit. We should be able to finish anyways. Because we're no longer in winter. Or in spring. Including the light can target them precisely and destroy them when tested. Well, that's good. December 29th, 2023. I thought I read something recently like that as well. Perfect. Hopefully that becomes just like available to everybody. Because if they want to take it from a standpoint of cost as opposed to which like that is something that often gets brought about, they could think of it as well, cancer shortens lifespans, so it's like it's not good. So if they really want to think of it like that, just to save lives, then like I mean, they should just give it to everybody. Not always, yeah. Well, we can hope that it's free and like, or at least reduced cost. Because I would very much love to see, in at least, it'd be nice to see cancer disappear, as a or become one of those things that you could just walk into. You walk into a clinic and be like, "Yeah, I've got cancer," and they'll be like, "Okay," and they give you like 5-minute treatment and then it's done. No cancer anymore. Yeah, no, I know. I can understand that. Yeah, I'd like them to I'd like them to pleasantly surprise. That would be nice. My faith in people not being greedy is low though. But perhaps they'll take it from a greed perspective. The greed perspective would be longer lifespans equal more. The person lasts longer equals more money in their pocket, etc. Which is the disgusting truth of it. But like, I mean, it's a way to see it in a light that gives everybody the care. So I'm for it. How goes the run? Oh, it's been pretty good so far. We made it to spring. I'm really pleased about making it to spring. That's nice. It's nice to be in spring. I like that. I like playing Zomboid. It's really fun. There's lots of stuff to do, lots of like stuff to level up, and even after you level everything up, you like there's still places to go and explore, and there's lots to sort of keep yourself occupied with. I heard zombie. Low damage because of being ridiculously tired kind of sucks. But it is evening and it's 151 in temperature right now, so I can be very pleased. Where? There's you two. I heard someone else though. Yeah, that's true. If you let your guard down in Zomboid, it's a huge mistake. Like even now, I was thinking about I'm just gonna run home. Am I though? What? You found the picture? What picture? Kate's picture? Yeah, I've found that more than once. This is the second or third time that I found it. It's a good picture, but its chances of me finding it over someone else is much higher because I am this character is a lumberjack, and which means I'm literally always going to be foraging. We're gonna sleep in. Yes, we can. But yeah, this character is gonna spend most of her time foraging, so chances are were high. I'm hoping I find the other one though. The other because Karumi showed me a big thing of a bunch of other pictures, and I've not seen those pictures before. Like I know some of them exist, but I didn't know all of them exist. Like there was like Dr. Cortman and a bunch of other ones that I just didn't know that there were more pictures like that. I thought there was one of Bob, and I thought there was one other one that wasn't Bob or Kate, but I hopefully will find them. Okay, we slept in this morning. Look at that temperature going up. It's still one minus 150, but it's definitely noticeably going up. So that's good. A little bit of time. In a little time, we'll be able to siege the trailer park. But yeah, finding those pictures is neat. Yay, chipstone. Yeah. I like how high resolution it is as well. It's really neat. Given how leak. Oh, no worries. Don't worry about it. If you get excited and accidentally reveal stuff, I'm not gonna be mad. It's fine. I'm okay. It's fine. It's just gonna be sort of interesting because it's like this is like I've been around the Ravencreek a little bit, like because of all of the previous characters and their deaths and all of that. So I've seen like apartment buildings. I've seen some other areas, but we haven't actually been able to explore unhampered. Like we've had to deal with riffraff the whole time, or being chased by riffraff the whole time. So it'll be nice to kind of cull a large portion of Raven Creek and then explore it like proper. And between now and then, if Build 42 gets released, I will be excited to see Build 42. To which I might consider, if I haven't gotten to where I want to in this playthrough before Build 42 gets released, I may consider um, scrapping the character, of course, but entering like debug and just looking around if we haven't made it there. But that's only if we haven't made it that far. We'll wait and see. Like that darn crane. Don't know what you're referencing, but I'm keen to see it. You may have posted it though, like if it was like a death or something, because I may have seen it around the community. Yeah, let's get a rest. I love that we're gaining weight right now at a decent number. Hopefully we can bring it up to like 82, 83. Look at this. Look. 143. Keep going up. Temperature. Pretty please. You can get it to 110. I'll start sieging. I'll be so excited. And you're trolling and you're dying. I think that's part of why I was getting killed a lot in earlier runs. It's not because I was trolling, but it's just because I started having problems with my PC that I'd never seen before in any other like um, Like I'd never seen it before in any other game, or maybe the other games did have it and I just didn't notice it. It was just weird. But yeah, it was. It's. I'm hopeful that it's gonna get sorted here in the near future because I've Emma and I were discussing it, and I'm going to upgrade finally. One of the parts on my PC. I've been putting off this upgrade for ages and ages and ages because I'm like, I'll just get a brand new PC one day, and it's like, you know. But yeah, we were discussing it yesterday because my computer restarted while I was watching her play Yakuza, which was annoying. So I was like, yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure it's time to put my graphics card out to pasture. This card has had a good run though. It lasted an absolute ton of time, and it's still lasting even now. It's just it's old. That's all. It's reaching that age where it's a nearly a teenager, and it's starting to get temperamental. It's getting angsty. I'm curious what this says. Anything that there may or may not be a crane off of it. And you walked into a hole in this crane and there were zombies inside of it. That sounds horrible. Rest in peace to that character. That sounds like an awful way to die. Fall into a hole where there's zombies. Oh, no worries, you're good. I understood what you said. That's part of communication. So long as I understand it, it's fine. That's really awesome, though. Look at that. Look at that spring fishing. Good old spring fishing. Building up the piles of fish again. And is it starting to get? Yeah, it's 149, but you know it's still doing okay, and we are gaining. I'll leave those as fish right now. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't know if I would make a base out of that stuff specifically because of the cryo winter part. There's going to be a lot of the time where I'm going to need to really pick my areas very like specifically. Like I'm gonna need fireplaces in pretty much all of the houses that I'm gonna want to be staying in, or I'm gonna need an antique stove. Go to bed a smidge early. How's it? Were we that rested? No way. Look how rested we were. We get like a couple hours extra this morning to work with. That's nice. Okay, still 100 hours on you. Room size, heat loss ratio. It's not really about that. It's more about just keeping my character good. Because the cold debuff for attack speed is absolutely horrendous. Same for movement speed. It basically screws you. Oh, we're starting to find bugs again. It's interesting to me when that happens, when you get something like way out here. Is that a dead bird? Why is it always stale? Yeah, that's true. Makes sense. Yeah, let's have a sit. We'll rest. Okay, and let's run around a little bit more outside. Fairly stormy, windy day. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. Your name is familiar to me. I feel like we played games together recently. No worries, it's okay. I know how that works. There's a bug actually that exists that sometimes will unfollow folks. And I wouldn't, like, it doesn't matter anyways. Followers are only for notifications purposes, to let you know somebody's been streaming. So if you can see the notification in other places, then that's fine instead. At least that's how I see it. The following is a notification for the viewer. Yeah. I played games with Plamp recently. I'm pretty sure it was you, right? In the deepest of rocks of Galactic. Where I was rusty as hell because I haven't played that game in a very long time. But I had fun. It was good. I'm okay. Engineer wasn't my primary class, but I do like Engineer. Engineer's neat. I like filling the roles, though. It's neat. I still need to get overclock stuff and whatnot. I didn't do enough deep diving. There's certain builds that I'd like to continue, like, messing around with that involve overclocks. Oh yeah, that's one of the benefits of the game is that it's got a lot of potential in builds and experimentation. It's like PZ in a way, but a lot more FPS and dwarf-ish. Some kind of gun run. That's fair. Gun runs are fun. I recommend Kingsmouth if you're wanting to just have a one-off, real quick, fun gun run. There's a lot of ammo in Kingsmouth. And then if you go south Kingsmouth, there's a resort building that has 6,000 zombies in it. So you can just go to town. I like that hotel. It's fun. You get to go there and just like, and then I started blasting, basically. That's how it feels in my head. Normal island. See, you can't really clear out Kingsmouth though unless you go into the settings and change it so that the zombies don't respawn. Because Kingsmouth is one of those maps that has respawn, which is weird because it's like it's an island, so you figure it wouldn't have respawn, but it totally does. And maybe it's because it's old code. I do like the map still though. And they just kept coming. Um, because there's about 6,000. There's about 6,000 in that hotel. Which means that in order to defeat that hotel, you would need to be killing. Well, with guns, you can kill quite a lot, but on average, a player can like with melee can kill a few, like in the realm of 1,000, or like between 500 to 1,000 a day. So it would take you like an in-game week to clear that hotel. And then their respawns, I think, are standard respawns if I remember correctly, which means it'd be 10% of the total cell. So you'd have to maintain, like, keep killing. There we go. Perfect. Time to go. It's only minus 145. That's not so bad. What's the face mask I'm wearing? It's just a standard bandana. I found it on a zombie on their head. I knocked it off and I put it on my face because to keep my face warm. It helps a little bit, I think. Yeah, insulation's minimal, but at least it's something. You know, it's better than nothing. If I had like a gas mask or something, I'd wear that instead. But I haven't seen one, so I'm very excited to see the gas masks work in the future without needing the gas mask mod. That's going to be pretty cool. Corpse sickness will become a thing of the past. It'll be so cool to experience a bunch of the new features. I am stoked. All right, let's see, where are we at? You're excited to experience new Ravencreek? Oh, it'll be cool because they're gonna redesign stuff. You know they are. Think about it. They can go up to 32 floors. That's gonna take some time, and they can go down 32 floors. Imagine an intricate sewer system under Ravencreek, the kind of sewer system that has like dead ends, like old school Resident Evil kind of like areas. It's gonna be weird. You gotta know that they're gonna do some kind of facility down there, right? You gotta. They have to, right? Almost. I'm sure they have their own vision and they'll do something that cut like something that they like. I wish I wasn't tired right now, but I can't have everything. I'm so. You're getting Metro flashbacks? Ah, I haven't seen that game in ages, but I used to have somebody who used to play that for me. I liked all the different interact prompts that you could have in that game. Kind of reminds me of when Emma played Deus Ex Machina. Yes. From... No, I don't mind. That's not that many. Like that's like the longest I would want those phrases to be. Kind of. Like I wish I could put a limit on the characters that were put in there. It'd be kind of cool. Add a limiter so that people don't like abuse it and drop paragraphs in there by accident. And then I'm sitting there like, okay, well, what line of this am I gonna take out? Or am I going to give them the option to not, to do something else? Okay, 82. We're almost heated. But yeah, that's cool. I am happy that we're out of winter. It's already starting to heat up. It's 10 degrees. Well, actually, it's 30 degrees warmer, which is that's significant. We're starting to see the temperature come back up. Yeah, when I ask people to redo those kinds of things, I always kind of feel a little bit bad because I want it to be good, but at the same time, I want it to fit and be legible. You can put 40, 50 characters, but I seen somebody put like an entire Latin paragraph in there. Oh, you mean like I could put that on there as maximum? Oh, I could do that. That's a clever idea, actually. I should write that down. Uh, or I could just change it now, but it's like, in order to change it, I'd have to open up another thing. That's too much work. X character limit sign. Yeah. Perfect. Eat some of you. All right, we're at a stage now where I have how many? We've got like 50 bugs. I don't think we need bugs anymore. I'm not gonna collect any more bugs. And I'm feeling confident about the amount of axes we have, which is good. To keep bringing the temperature up. Every day that passes has a chance to increase the temperature by a smidgen. Ooh, I don't actually need to be as strict anymore on my bedtime because we're out of winter. We can finally loose the chains and let my character sleep as much as she wants. Feel free to sleep in. Maximum fish. Yes, we have reached the peak. We've already got a backlog of like 2 stacks of fish at the moment, and we can keep building it if we want to. It's the goal right now is just to kind of keep waiting. Temperatures should come back up. I don't have a lot of nails or twine, but yeah, I like trapping. I think trapping's great. It'll be good when we get away from the fishing area as my other food source. I like it as a food source. It's great. You pair it with what's it called? Farming, and it's wonderful because they play off each other so well. So it's farming and trapping are really good, and then foraging and fishing are the two wander like feeding skills. And then you've got your looting. Looting is the other one. But yeah, so we've got this pile of fish and that pile of fish over there. Good enough. Go. But yeah, in my Time 16 playthrough and also in my in the wall playthrough, my trapping skill was the one that was higher than my fishing skill. Rabbits are a really good source of food. I can't wait until get back into the normal game, kind of like the killing the zombies again. I miss killing zombies. And yeah, we can make arguments that I'm killing some zombies every now and then, but it's not. We're not actually killing zombies. We were killing like stragglers that wander in via migration and meta. I'm actually gonna start going out today. Like I'm gonna try. It's gonna be hard though, but it's too nice a day to not go out. You know, like look at it. Look at this day. How am I supposed to say no? The game is beaming. It's happy. There's an island in the middle. Yeah, no, I've seen. So I seen a brief snippet of the Ravencreek map, like the big map, while I was watching Wick play, because he found a map. So I was able to see a little bit of it. Now I don't know very much of the map, but better than nothing, right? And then I also have seen it a little bit when I was spawning in, and also while we died 100 times. So I've got some ideas of some of the locations. I like that I kind of was able to figure out there's a commercial district, a residential district, and then like a little islandy port bit on the one side. Because I seen some of the sea cans. Why does it feel the need to pull the extra sturdy stick out of this fire when there's one in my inventory already? Ooh, I am so excited. We've got a little bit of energy. Not much, but we should be able to at least go up here a little bit. Yeah. Go, go, go. Well, it's been a few months, and they've definitely filled out this area a smidgen, huh? Ooh, construction zombie. You might have nails. No, no nails. I gotta go back. This sucks. I'm starting to push again though. It's great. It's like remember when we used to go to the trailer park? Remember? It was so far long ago is what it feels like. An eternity. Joy. I'm so happy. We didn't get very far, but we managed to almost push a little bit out there. I'm hoping for cooking like equipment, like more pots, bowls, stuff like that, so that I can pre-make a bunch of meals, and then because having meal prep done and dealt with is kind of nice. From there, I'm kind of hoping that we find a generator mag and then a generator, because then if I can start cooking meals with an oven instead of a fire, that saves me quite a lot of logs that I have to deal with. Of course, we're going to need some kind of gas station as well, which means I'm going to probably have to find a gas station. But there's a few cars over in that trailer park that might have gas. I didn't get to take a look at them, you know. The grill? I mean, yeah, we can also use the propane grill. That's not a bad call either. But I don't often like to use the propane grills specifically because I like to save their propane for when I get a propane torch. So that I can at least train metalworking really quickly. And once metalworking's maxed, I don't care about that anymore, and I'll start using them, but... Or if depends on how many propane grills there are. Okay, we'll go make ourselves a good soup, and also I want to throw the rest of these spears on the ground. Because we're going to probably be exclusively using chipstones and axes now. At least until we put a dent in our chipstone collection. It's fair. I do too. That's why I have it on there. But I don't dislike the guitar sting either. I think it's good. They're both really good. Sage. I mean, I'm sure there's a mod that exists that does that, probably, but I don't know. I've never seen The Walking Dead. Well. 7 months? Yeah, we made it past winter. No more winter. It's done. Goodbye, winter. Vanishing Tower, it was minus 145 today, and I was happy about it. I went out and I killed some zombies. I'm not trapped in this place anymore. This place has been a prison. I've been confined. Not allowed to leave. I will savor it, for sure. I'm gonna go out again tomorrow. We've got a little bit of extra food. I'm excited. I'm hoping it's a warm day. Please, please let it be a warm day. I'm gonna go out and we're gonna have fun. That's the plan. We're gonna kill some zombies. Okay. You know what? Minus 155. It's not optimal, but it's fine. It's warmer than minus 170. I'm just gonna we're gonna go. It's fine. It's so cold, but not cold at the same time. Okay, we'll light this. I have lots of campfires with me. I have actually littered campfires all along this route. The issue is that lighting them while fighting zombies is not a good call. If I could just make it back to the area. Go, go, go. I get to kill stuff again. No. Curse you, freezing. Come, zombies. I must run back this way. Don't stress out, I'm good. And even if I get eaten, that's fine. That's part of the game. That's why I play. Yeah, there are quite a few there. I'm surprised, actually, a little bit. We'll have to see how bad the trailer park is. I'm looking forward to making it back there. If I get eaten, then yes, it resets. It's true. Yeah, so? It'd be a good run. I'd just start again. It was a good run, and then I'd start again. Round, what is it, 103 with this challenge? If that's the case. Or I might decide to do a different challenge, but at the same time, like, I'm liking this challenge. It's been fun. Oops. Can you die of old age? No. That is not a thing you can do in this game. Your character is effectively immortal because they're immune to the airborne strain of the Nox virus unless you add in a mod. But so I like to headcanon the idea that your character does have the Nox virus and that made you immortal. But, you know. So you're immortal unless you die. Well, yeah. So what is that called? It's still immortal, right? No, it's ageless. You're ageless. You're not immortal. I think it's ageless. Right, round two. Because you can just reincarnate? No, I can't. I play this game where if I die, my world starts over. So, no. I can't just restart. Reincarnate, I mean. Not in this. It's not the way I play. Yeah, it's okay. Everybody plays a little differently, and there's no real wrong way to play. You play the game the way you want to, right? Some people like to play on builder mode. Some people like to play on crazy difficulties, and it's it's to each their own. I'm playing monster level. I mean, I wouldn't consider. Well, actually, yeah, kind of. I told myself I would be a little bit more confident in that and say that I'm one of the monsters, but There's certain aspects of this game that still escape me, and as a result, because there's gaps in my knowledge, I need to fill. But yeah, I suppose you're right. I am a monster. Rawr, rawr. I am a monster. I no, I will not make it to 1 million before Indie Stone releases Build 42, and I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna do this run to 1 million and then wait. No way in hell. I'm as soon as they release Build 42, I'm going to. If this run is not, if I haven't made it to the point where I get to explore Ravencreek, I may run this character into a horde and then respawn as a character in debug and go look around Ravencreek real quick before I immediately install Build 42 and then play Build 42. I may go for 1 million in Build 42, but it's like I know the amount of effort and commitment it takes to get to 1 million, and it's ridiculous. Like between it's like 1,500 plus hours. That's a lot of effort to put into a game, you know. Anthropomorphic frog run. Nah. Anthropomorphic frog. I like frogs. I don't know if I would want to be one though. No, freezing. Why you gotta bother me so often? It's like the cold is sentient. And it's bugging me. Like the annoying sibling that it is. Oh, there goes all my movement speed. Bye, movement speed. Yeah, it hits both. That's why I find that cold is or at least these levels of cold are a little bit ridiculous because it's like that's both your combat stats, movement speed and attack speed. You just they're both because they're both hampered. It's like it's the worst. So I can't even really go out and explore very far without having to come back, which is a little bit annoying. But we made it to about here. Yeah, we are making progress. And then I just gotta repressure down and see how bad it is, because I don't know how bad it is. We haven't been there for in-game months, so... No luck on the foraging so far. Ooh, chipstone, nice. I take it back, I'm sorry. Yes. It's sheets, ripped sheets. So a branch, ripped sheets, and stone, and then you've got yourself a stone axe. You have 64 ropes and 27 sheets. Yeah, you should start ripping sheets. Build up your sheet ropes, or sorry, your regular sheets. Having that many sheet ropes is a little excessive as well. Although, if you fill them all up with trees, like I mean, like a bunch of like prepped wood like this, it's not terrible. But I wouldn't have 60 plus. There's just no reason for it unless you're finding that you keep making sheet ropes every time. Like I did, I've done it before too. It's fine. It's like it's excessive. You don't need that many. It's never gonna have that much wood unless you clear cut half a forest. Because it's two per, right? So that's 32 trees that you can cut down. And that's not min maxing the wood. That's just assuming that on average each tree drops 3. But some of them will drop 4, some of them will drop 2, 1. I think I've seen more than that once, but I don't really remember if that's actually true or not. Or maybe I just dropped a tiny tree and a big tree at the same time. There's still trees there. I mean, yeah, it's going to take a while for you to chop them down with chipped stone axes. Because this does take a while to do. Because the tree line before was here. And, like, here. And now it's, like, way back there. No soliciting. Don't want any zombie pamphlets. We're good. Have you tried brains today? No. Okay. Let's go back over here. Okay, and we don't need... Okay. See, that's poison mushroom right there. Who changed the sign? Somebody earlier. Oh, Otto. Otto changed the sign. And then Otto gave me a really good idea that I, I should add to the sign max character limit so that people don't put too much on there. Which I was thinking of about that sort of thing before, but yeah. Sometimes I change it at the beginning of the stream just because it's like, I mean, the stream is just starting, so I get a free one too. Yep. Buyer beware. Space is limited. Yeah, that's true. Very true. It's limited space. But it's still, there's plenty of space there for stuff. I thought people would put their usernames. That's when it was initially, when I very first started having the sign be for you guys to play with. I was like, people are going to put their names on here, so at least that's what I think. So, nope. Although somebody has put their name on there before. Either way, whatever makes people happy. Yeah, me too. It has surprised me how the sign evolved over time. And I'm pretty sure that sort of stuff may just get more, and who knows? Maybe I'll change it up and we'll do some other stuff on the screen. I don't know. Streams evolve and streams change over time. Like a long time ago, I used to have a big overlay, and before that, I didn't have what was it? I just the game. and then I minimized from there, and I had a PNG, but not one of those ones that moves or anything like that. It was just a PNG, and then I had my camera for a while, and like which was really really fun. And now it's just a like a relaxed sort of minimalistic stream, and I like that. There's like a sign in the corner, and that's all. It's nice with music. Well, music on for the VODs. There's no music, but or what is it called? Monologues or whatnot. Commentary, chit chatting. Not sure. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed in the game at 22. We're hungry, but not starving. Go. But we're at 65 kills. Not terrible. We're going to start seeing the temperatures come back up, which is lovely. I cannot wait. But we did get through winter, and that was my mini goal for tonight. Accomplished. So I am going to call it there. That is a solid stopping point before we get into the nice warm parts. Um, why is my upstairs full of sheets? To keep the zombies from looking in and see me. Anyways, let's go look for somebody who we can hang out with. Let's see. Make somebody's day a little brighter. Let's see. We can host. I haven't hosted Gabe in a while. Let's host Gabe. It looks like he's doing some multiplayer stuff. Here you go, everybody. It's been my pleasure as always. Have yourself a wonderful day.